Hello, hello, check, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, hello, check. শেষ হয়ে গেছে। Hello, hello, check, 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 check. Hello, check, check. Hello, 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 check.
Hello. A very good morning to all of you present here.
Good morning.
It is our great pleasure to welcome you all to the fourth anniversary of Salaam Shakespeare. It has been an academic and cultural legacy carried out by the Department of English, Sister Nivedita University, since 2022. This year, the department has organized a 2-day national conference titled The Universal Shakespeare Texts, Performances, and Beyond. A gathering dedicated to exploring, celebrating, and reimagining the works and legacy of William Shakespeare, the bard whose words have echoed through centuries, stages, and scholarly debate alike. Great, alike, 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 great. The ghost, the ghost, the ghost, the ghost, the ghost. Today and tomorrow, we will be listening to the leading voices in Shakespearean scholarship, new ideas, witnessing creative adaptations, and engaging in thoughtful conversations that push the boundaries of how we understand the bard. Hence, without much ado about nothing, let us begin this journey to Stratford, to Elsinore, to the Forest of Arden, and beyond. Thank you for being the part of this experience.
If music with the food of love, you know,
Is now not done? Is now not done? Testimony. Ben, Robin, and Julia. Dr. Probal Roy Chaudhary. Currently,
Yes. And generally, baptization takes place within the 3 days of the whether it's Hamlet in London, Macbeth in New York, or Romeo and Juliet in Tokyo.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Before we move into the keynote and the plenary sessions, may I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to felicitate the first speaker of the day, Professor Niladri R. Chatterjee. Sir. We now move on to the plenary lecture by Professor Dr. Niladri R. Chatterjee. Professor Dr. Niladri R. Chatterjee is Professor and Head, Department of English, University of Kalyani, West Bengal. His doctoral work was on the novelist Christopher Isherwood, a recipient of Fulbright Scholarship, for which he went to the University of Texas at Austin and the British Council Charles Wallace Fellowship at the University of Cambridge. Professor Chatterjee has co-edited The Muffled Heart, Stories of the Disempowered Men, contributed to the American Isherwood, published by the University of Minnesota Press in 2015. He has also published in the journal American Notes and Queries, published by Taylor and Francis, and Intersections, and has reviewed for Gay and Lesbian Review Worldwide in the United States. He was also a member of the editorial board of the aforementioned ANQ. In March 2011, he served as a visiting faculty at the Department of English, University of North Bengal. He has been teaching a course in gender studies at his university, that is the University of Kalyani, since 2009. With Tutun Mukherjee, he co-edited Nari Bhav, Androgyny, and Female Impersonation in India, published by Niyogi Books in 2016. He has also translated the fiction of Krishna Gopal Mullik entitled Entering the Maze, Queer Fiction of Krishna Gopal Mullik, published in 2023, and is a recipient of Rainbow Award for Literature and Journalism 2023. I request Professor Dhar to kindly come to the podium to chair the session, and Professor Dr. Niladri R. Chatterjee to deliver the first plenary of the conference. May I call request your attention, please. We have amidst us Professor Dr. Krishna Sen. She is the keynote speaker of the day. May I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, to kindly felicitate Professor Dr. Sen. Hello. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Krishna Sen, Professor Shubhit Dhor, dear students, friends. Sister Nivedita University has practically become like a second home to me. I keep coming over here at the drop of a hat, or indeed at the drop of an email. And it's always a pleasure to be here. So whenever I come to speak at this university, I actually don't feel like I'm coming to a strange new place at all. It's like this is basically my home away from home. I've never spoken at a Salaam Shakespeare conference before, and that's probably because Shakespeare is actually not my area of expertise. But Sister Nivedita University, in their generosity, have decided that I can speak on absolutely anything, whether I have any expertise in it or not. So I am here standing as a trespasser. And so let's see if the fact that I don't know much about Shakespeare, whether that is open to view. I have actually chosen not to talk about Shakespeare's plays because the idea is that, when we talk about Shakespeare, we so invariably think about his plays that we also forget that he also wrote poems. Of course, the moment I say that, you will automatically know, yes, of course, we know he wrote poems because we've got the sonnets. No, but he wrote other poems as well. So quite apart from writing the sonnets, he also wrote two long poems. And these are the two poems that hardly ever get talked about. One is Venus and Adonis, and the other is the Rape of Lucrece. And what I really wish to do today is talk about the figure of the boy and the way in which the figure of the boy is eroticized, and how there is a certain history to the eroticization of the boy. And that is something which I wish to talk about. Now, so which is why I called my paper, or indeed my presentation, The Tender Spring Upon Thy Tempting Lip. Now, this, of course, is a reference to Adonis. And if you can see exactly what this line is, the tender spring upon thy tempting lips. So therefore, the spring that is being referred to is, of course, the birth or the first sprouting of a mustache. So here is somebody who is adolescent, but he is beginning to have facial hair. And that is
the age at which Adonis is appearing in Shakespeare's poem. And, if we actually think about it, when Shakespeare is writing Venus and Adonis, he is continuing a tradition of talking about the adolescent boy, which goes back at least as far back as Plato. So therefore, I'm going to start with Plato, and I'm going to try and draw some kind of a genealogy to then try and understand exactly where you might fit in Venus and Adonis. There are several things that work, but this is just to make a start of the way things are. Now, if we actually go to so as far as so this is just to give you the backstory, as I call it. So the backstory is this. So this seems to be a good enough place to start, Plato's Phaedrus. For those of you who are interested in the date of the composition of Phaedrus, Phaedrus was composed sometime around 365 BC. 365 BC. So that is just to give you an idea about the trajectory that I'm trying to build over here. What is Phaedrus about? Phaedrus is basically about Socrates having a conversation with Phaedrus. They are both out on a walk, and they are having a chat. And what emerges in the course of the chat is discussion of love. And what is love? And this is the most important part of the conversation. And Socrates is saying, so when irrational desire rules one's reasoned impulse to do right and is carried towards pleasure in beauty and has gained the upper hand thanks to this power, it is named after that very strength and is called love. Now, this is quite wordy. So in order to break that down, what Plato is basically saying is he does a lot of very clever things. Irrational desire. Okay. So therefore, what we learn is that love is supposed to be irrational. It is a desire that is irrational. So far, so good. I don't think anybody has got any problem with that. When irrational desire rules one's reasoned impulse to do right, so then there is a very strange wedding, as it were, of irrationality with reasoned impulse. So therefore, unreason and reason, they're sort of coming together. The reason to do right and is carried towards pleasure in beauty. So therefore, it's a pretty complex design that Plato is suggesting to us. What he's saying is that love is an irrational desire, and it is an irrational desire that is marshaled by the rationed impulse to do good and is carried towards pleasure in beauty and has gained the upper hand thanks to this power. It is named after that very power and is called love. So therefore, love is a combination of rationality, irrationality, and then you have pleasure, and then you have beauty. So these four aspects are being tied together in Plato, and there he gives you the definition of love. I'm tempted to talk definitely about that other book by Plato, which is much better known, namely the Symposium. And Symposium also has as a huge, there are a lot of people who talk about love in Symposium. And I'm not going to go into that because I'm sure many of you are already familiar with the way in which love is defined, namely most famously by Aristophanes, who talks about how human beings used to have 4 legs and 4 arms and heads back to back, and then human beings were very powerful, and the gods, they ran to Zeus, and he said, oh my God, these human beings are incredibly powerful, do something to stop them. And Zeus then throws this thunderbolt, and it severs the human beings into half. So therefore now one head, 2 arms, 2 legs, so therefore what used to be 2 heads, 4 arms, 4 legs becomes one head, two arms, and two legs. And therefore, love is the desire for these two parts to come together. That is Aristophanes' very entertaining explanation of what love is. In Phaedrus, we get a slightly less entertaining explanation of what love is, which is rationality, irrationality, pleasure in beauty. Okay, something that we still have not come across over here is something that will be talked about later on in Phaedrus, which is what happens when we are attracted to beauty and why are we attracted to beauty. And this is where Plato is very clear. He says we are attracted to beauty because beauty is the physical manifestation of the divine. So when we are falling in love, you know the song, तुझ में रब दिखता है. So therefore, तुझ में रब दिखता है. So therefore, when I'm falling in love with you, I'm falling in love with you because in you I see the divine. Okay. Now, if we go to, I'm going to give you a quick trajectory of exactly where all this continues to evolve. I'm going to mention 1532 to 1546. Actually, not 1546. I think he was writing his poems, his sonnets, by the way, between 1532 to 1534 or 5. This person, of course, is the painter and sculptor Michelangelo. Now, Michelangelo was writing these sonnets to this Italian nobleman called Tommaso di Cavalieri. And Tommaso di Cavalieri was this incredibly good-looking young man. Michelangelo, in his late 50s, falls completely in love with Tommaso di Cavalieri. And then he keeps writing sonnet after tiresome sonnet, in which he's basically saying, and I love the way in which Michelangelo is very uncomfortable with the fact that he's doing this. So he will say things like, I love you, but please don't think that it is that kind of love. It's not the bad kind of love. Mine is the good kind of love. Because, as Michelangelo says in one of his sonnets, Rab dikhta hai. It's there. Michelangelo wrote it. You can check it. So therefore, what Michelangelo is saying is, in you, I see the divine. So please don't ever think that my love for you is that bad kind of love that people are talking about. Michelangelo was extremely well aware that there were rumors regarding his sexuality. In fact, there were also anonymous complaints and accusations that were being made, that were being dropped into a box, anonymous accusations, all of them, none of them signed. They were being dropped into a box accusing Michelangelo of sodomy. Like Leonardo da Vinci, like Caravaggio, all the great Renaissance painters, they all liked boys. So therefore, what is really happening is Michelangelo is saying, no, my love is the pure kind. But at the same time, he's going to say, no, but you're very good looking. But when I'm saying you're good looking, I'm actually praising the divine in you. So that is the way in which he kind of skirts the very thorny problem of sodomy and criminality and sin and all of that. Come to 1589, and you've got Thomas Lodge. This, of course, is Shakespeare's primary source for Venus and Adonis, because in 1589, Scyllaeus' Metamorphosis is published by Thomas Lodge. This is where you have Ovid's story, and that is where Shakespeare gets the germ of the poem from. 1592, Venus and Adonis is published. And then you have, Christopher Marlowe, who publishes Hero and Leander in 1598. Now, when I first came across the title Hero and Leander, I thought, oh my God, Marlowe, everybody knew that Marlowe was sort of gay. But this is an amazing gay poem because Hero, of course, has to be a man because all heroes are men. Leander, because tennis player, Leander Pace. Therefore, Hero and Leander. And then imagine my shock when I found, oh, hang on, wait a minute, Hero is a woman. I thought, that can't be right. So it took me some time to adjust to the shock. that Hero was actually the name of a woman. Leander, of course, was assuredly a man. Now, what is interesting about Venus and Adonis and Marlowe's Hero and Leander is in both these poems, the point of view, the gaze, is that of a woman. So therefore, in a very strange way, Shakespeare is, and indeed Marlowe after him, they are doing a kind of gender crossing in the poem, because even when they're writing a supposedly heterosexual love poem, but the poet is taking the position of the woman, not the man. So then, in a very strange way, the woman becomes the subject and the man becomes the object. And therefore, what is really going on is Shakespeare, in a very interesting way, is channeling a certain Greek way of looking at the male body, but he is looking at the male body through the fig leaf, as it were, of a woman. So there is that kind of a rooting of the gaze that is happening. So it is a male gaze. It is a male gaze that is being directed at another man, but that male gaze is being rooted, or as the Americans like to say, routed through a woman's gaze, which ties up automatically with Feminism 101, because, as Simone de Beauvoir and many of the others have said, that even when a woman writes, she is still writing patriarchy, because that is the language that is available to her, because a woman does not have language of her own, because whatever language she uses is patriarchal language by default. So therefore, what Shakespeare is doing is this very interesting thing. He is talking, so he's ventriloquizing as a woman, but he still remains a man. 1609, of course, Shakespeare's sonnets are published. And then, of course, 1640, John Benson publishes the Baudelaireized version of sonnets, changing nouns from he to she. Wonderful, for which, of course, we will always be very grateful to him. Now, I now move on to the way in which Venus and Adonis happens. Now, one of the people, you see, Venus and Adonis is a poem that was actually very, very popular in Shakespeare's time. It was very popular in Shakespeare's time. And contrary to popular opinion, you see, we now study the sonnets so much, but sonnets were perhaps little less so. Venus and Adonis was, it was selling very, very well. And if you're in any doubt, then of course I can actually tell you that Venus and Adonis went into 17 quarto editions between 1593 and 1641, 17 quarto editions, which means that people were really buying up copies of this poem. Why were they so interested in the poem? Obviously, because the subject matter was not very new. They were already familiar with this. But it isn't just that. It was a very interesting thing. Venus and Adonis is a narrative poem. Sonnets are by that, is lyrical. It was decided that something that is a story is much less threatening. It is somehow you can distance yourself from it. So therefore, it was safer. Sonnets were more personal. What is lyrical is more personal, so therefore more troubling. So therefore, in a very strange way, the fact that Venus and Adonis was selling so well had to do with the fact that it was a story. It could be simply enjoyed as a tale. We didn't have to engage with the nitty-gritty of private emotions there, which is something that one has to do if one reads the sonnet. So therefore, it became very, very popular. Now, if we come to the way in which Shakespeare's time regarded Venus and Adonis, it was regarded primarily as a poem about lust. I don't think there was any pretense on the part of the Renaissance reading public as to whether this poem was about the divine or about love or about philosophy. It was about lust, plain and simple. Here you have a woman who wants to sleep with a man. The man says, no, thank you. The woman is upset. The man goes out hunting. The man is killed. The woman is upset. She retires. That's it. That's your poem. But that is something which people found rather enjoyable. And so therefore, you can imagine the amount of art that this poem produced. So I've just collected a sample of it. So there is this is something from 1570. Then you have something from 1637 to 39. Here is somebody which is much, much later, of course, 18th century, François-André Vincent. And all of this, so you can imagine that it was very popular, and it continued to be popular well into the 18th, 19th centuries as well. And then, of course, we go a little further back, Philippe Gall, which is in 1579. There are more pictures which I shall show you by and by. By the time we come to the Romantic period, Coleridge likes the poem. And he says that this is a poem that actually is proof of Shakespeare's philosophical mind. I don't quite, I have read that poem so that you don't have to. And I do that for you lot. Now, I have read that poem, and I don't know, maybe because I'm not trained in philosophy or nothing, but there's nothing philosophical about the poem at all. But Coleridge, of course, has decided that it is a proof of Shakespeare's philosophical mind, and Coleridge was an honorable man. So therefore, what we really have to look at, therefore, is how by the time we come to the 1930s, we have L.E. Pearson, nobody that anybody has heard of. And 1933, he writes, Venus is the and you can read the patriarchy. You can read the patriarchy in the commentary. Venus is the destructive agent of sensual love. Adonis as reason in love. Very, I'm sure. Ellie Pearson, of course, he knows everything. So therefore, Venus is the destructive agent of sensual love, Adonis as reason in love. I hope you're understanding the binary that is being created over here, right? So therefore, it is classic mind-body binary. Venus is the body, Adonis is the mind, and I hope you remembered the use of the term reason. So Adonis has reason, Venus automatically becomes unreasonable. Yeah, how often is the term unreasonable used by men for women? Only about 3 billion times each day. So therefore, it is something that we are aware of. Oh, mohila to, buzdei pachen. Women are mysterious, women are unreasonable, men have all the reason, men like Donald Trump. So therefore, very reasonable people. And so therefore, what is really happening then is you've got Ellie Pearson who says, না না এসব অসভ্য আমি সহ্য করবো না, এসব লাস্ট ফাস্টের কোনো ব্যাপারই নেই কবিতাটা, it is actually a didactic poem. So therefore, you see the way in which the patriarchal deep structure colonizes the poem, rids it of its troublesome sexuality, eroticism, and all that nonsense, and says, না না এই কবিতা থেকে এটা একটা শিক্ষামূলক কবিতা, এর থেকে শেখার কিছু ব্যাপার আছে। বেসিক্যালি শেখার যে ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে সেটা হচ্ছে যে stop all this sort of sensual nonsense and be reasonable. Right. So therefore, that is the way in which it, by the time we come to C.S. Lewis, slightly better known, C.S. Lewis is very, very succinct in his estimate of Venus and Adonis. This is what C.S. Lewis says. He says, it will not do. হবে না. So C.S. Lewis's verdict on Venus and Adonis is very summary. হবে না. and ওই যে সিএস লুইস বলে দিলেন হবে না, তারপর থেকে কিন্তু ভিনাস এন্ড অ্যাডোনিসের দিন দ্য স্টকস অফ দ্যাট পোয়েম স্টার্টেড টু ফল, right? How many university syllabi can you name where Venus and Adonis is a prescribed text? One, Kollani. Ah, so there, Calcutta University as well, huh? Not anymore. But Kolanita, it is still taught. Yes, one of the reasons why I'm still teaching there. So therefore, that is the way in which the poem has become a kind of a hot potato, in the sense that we just don't know what to do with it. Is it a didactic poem? Is it an erotic poem? Are we supposed to enjoy it? Are we supposed to pray in front of it? We don't know. So therefore, what is really happening then is we are seeing an example of the way in which Shakespeare is rooting a certain Greek way of looking at the young boy, and he is then trying to mold it to the Renaissance taste. And of course, we know very well why that is happening, because it is very, very common knowledge that Renaissance is the time when, of course, the ancient Greeks were rediscovered. And of course, we also know why they were rediscovered. It's because the printing press had been discovered and people were genuinely running out of things to print. বই নেই, প্রেস আছে, বই নেই. So then what do? So then you sort of bring out, the back catalog, as it were. So you start to print the Greek classics, and then that also celebrates Greek learning over again. Now, the way in which I would want to talk a little bit about the way in which the figure, the boy, functions. Please don't understand boy to mean that this is the young male between the ages of, say, 0 and 13. It's not that. When Shakespeare was using the term boy, his sense of the meaning of the term was much, much more elastic. And we know that because he uses the term boy, well, I mean, several sonnets, but just to give you two sonnets in which he uses the term boy, he uses it in 108, sonnet number 108, and he uses it in sonnet number 126. So in 108, he talks about a sweet boy. Remember that the sweet boy that he's talking about, this is the same sweet boy who is refusing to get married. So therefore, he's not quite what we understand as a boy. So therefore, here is a boy who is refusing to get married. So he's clearly of marriageable age. He's still being called a boy. And then, of course, we have sonnet number 126, where he talks about, "Oh, thou, my lovely boy." And when he's talking about my lovely boy, he's actually saying that, oh, my lovely boy, who is already beginning to lose his sense, his beauty. তোর বয়স বেড়ে যাচ্ছে. So therefore, Shakespeare is already saying that you're beginning to lose your beauty. Do something, get married, or this will all be gone. So therefore, that is what he is doing. He's using the term boy, but in a very elastic sense. Is he only drawing from Plato? No. He is also drawing from another source. He is drawing from Theocritus. He's also drawing from Theocritus. He's also drawing from Theocritus's Idylls, and he's drawing specifically from two Idylls. And what I would really want to do, refer you to Idyll number 12 and Idyll number 29. Now, in Idyll number 12, he talks about, "My dear lad, you have come." Theocritus. Idyll number 29, he talks about, "Dear lad." Now, what I would want you to specifically pay attention to is this particular line that appears in Idyll number 21. "I beg you, by your soft mouth, to remember that 1 year ago you were younger." Oh, thank you very much. So therefore, আগের বছর কিন্তু তুই 1 বছর ছোট ছিলি. Wrinkled old age, sounds familiar? Wrinkled old age, very, very common in Shakespeare's sonnets as well. ভাই তোর বয়স বেড়ে যাচ্ছে, আর কবে বিয়ে করবি? That's what Shakespeare says in most of his sonnets. Wrinkled old age creeps upon us more quickly than we can spit, and youth wears wings upon its shoulders. Once lost, it cannot be recalled. This is very much Shakespeare's sonnet territory. You are going to lose your beauty. Please get married. If you don't get married, your beauty will be gone. Of course, Shakespeare was, I'm sure, being entirely genuine when he's saying this to Henry Risley. But Shakespeare was not the first person to say this. Theocritus had already said it. And he had said it sometime around 250 BC. So therefore, by the time we come to Venus and Adonis, we have to understand that Shakespeare is doing something very clever. He is, as I said, smuggling homoeroticism. He's smuggling homoeroticism into English poetry, but he's doing that, first of all, by changing the point of view. এটা তো আমি বলছি না, এটা তো আমার কথা না, এটা তো ভিনাস বলছে, যদি কিছু বলার হয় আপনি ওনার সঙ্গে কথা বলে নিন. That is the one thing that he's doing. The second thing is he's saying, I am not the first person to do it. Others have done it before me. Mind you, something, and I'm going to end my presentation soon, but before actually I do that, I would want to talk a little bit about somebody that we don't remember very much, somebody called Richard Barnfield. Now, Richard Barnfield is writing a poem called The Affectionate Shepherd, which he's writing in 1594. 1594, Richard Barnfield. Now, when he writes this, he walks into a storm of controversy because this is about one shepherd professing love for another shepherd, a boy. The way in which he defends himself is he says, please don't, accuse me of being a bad poet or a bad person or a bad man. I'm not doing anything original. I am only imitating Virgil. আমাকে দোষ দেবেন না, উনি আগে করেছেন. So therefore, what we are actually looking at, therefore, is the way in which, and Virgil, was Virgil being influenced by? My friend Theocritus. So if you have to draw a genealogy of Venus and Adonis, Plato, Theocritus, Virgil, Richard Barnfield, সেটা একটা গেল. This is the pagan side. This is the Greek side. That's not the only one. There is a Christian side to it as well. Christian/Hebrew side to it. I'm talking about Song of Songs. Extremely erotic. Extremely erotic. Song of Songs, the kind of point of view of the Song of Songs is also, wait for it, female. So therefore, there is a certain articulation of feminine desire that we find in Venus and Adonis that we also find in Song of Songs. So therefore, remember that for many thousands of years, erotic literature, erotic writing was being modeled not on pornography, but on the Bible. So therefore, Song of Songs served as the roadmap to talk about the erotic. So when Shakespeare is writing Venus and Adonis, he is channeling both the Song of Songs, the kind of that Hebrew line, he is also channeling the Greek line, and you have this extraordinary poem. So I will end by showing you the pictures because I know that is why you're here. I am just going to quickly run you through this extraordinary work by Titian, 1550. So more or less, the Shakespeare, I don't know, there is a possibility he may have been aware of this. This is, of course, where Venus is saying to Adonis, Abhi na jao chhod ke dil abhi bhara nahi. And in this one, Venus is saying, na jao saiya chura ke baiya. And Adonis says, let me go, I've got to go hunting. And Venus says, please don't go because there's a wild boar. The wild boar might get you. Adonis, of course, does not listen. He then goes on his high horse, and then he goes, and of course, Adonis dies. Now, once Adonis dies, the painters and the poets and the painters and the go to town. They love. There is nothing more attractive to Renaissance artists and artists subsequently before that than a young dead male. Very attractive. Because you see, a young dead male is right at the center of every church. I think you've made that connection. So, therefore, there is something Christ-like about a young, almost naked male dead body. So, therefore, you have painting after painting after painting that are basically, rehashing that same particular idea. This is also where Venus is. This is, of course, Adonis is dead and he's being propped up by Venus. So many of them. This is coming sometime in the 19th century, which is an engraving of an original work by Luca Cambiaso. And there you have a close-up. Now, this is something that I have already mentioned, but I'm simply going to draw your attention to it. Sonnets 18 to 26 are written to be fair. We've 108 sonnets, sonnets 127 and 54 to the dark lady. So 27 for the dark lady, 108 to the fair youth. You do the math. Very often people tell me, Sir, Shakespeare and Henry Risley, they were just good friends. And I'm thinking, yeah, right. Because if you're just good friends, you write one sonnet for him, two sonnets. 108? Okay. So in sonnet 108, he says, what's new to speak? What now to register that may express my love or thy dear merit? Nothing, sweet boy, but yet like prayers divine, I must each day say o'er the very same, counting no old thing old, thou mine, I thine. Sounds familiar? Yeah, because Shakespeare also used to write Hindi songs for Bollywood. Ek duje ke liye. By the time we come to sonnet 126, O thou my lovely boy, who in thy power dost hold time's fickle glass, his sickle hour. Very quickly to come to the Jacobean period, and we have arguably the most famous example of an old man falling in love with a young man. This is the earliest existing example of a gay portrait, a gay couple portrait that we have. This, of course, is King James I with his second and most famous boyfriend, George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, whom he regularly addressed as his sweet child and wife. King James, of course, was married also to a woman with whom he had several children, but his sweet child and wife was a man. And I end my presentation by coming into the 21st century. Okay, right, Germaine Greer. So in 2003, Germaine Greer publishes this extraordinary coffee table book called The Boy. And on the cover is this very, very beautiful young actor who plays the role of Tadzio in Luchino Visconti's cinematic adaptation of Man's Death in Venice, in which, surprise, surprise, an old man falls in love with a boy. So, which is why I'm calling this slide When the Queer Met the Feminist. So, therefore, all that I'm trying to do very, very quickly is to say that when you think about the eroticization of the boy, there is a solid history that we can trace that goes all the way back to Plato. And there is a way in which feminism can recuperate that history and run with it. Thank you so much.
This was a fantastic talk and one that was informative and entertaining simultaneously. Now, I'm sure our students would have observations, questions, feelings to share. Anyone? Any questions, issues you would like to raise, discuss, have the professor address? I give the microphone.
Um, is this really working? It's really working. You know, I feel quite ashamed to ask for a microphone. Many of you do not know that when I used to teach in College Street, that my bare voice could be heard without a microphone up and down College Street. Maybe some of them remember this, though they were not my students. Did. Yeah. You did? Yeah, but as you can see from my strange attire in the middle of April, I'm 2/3 of the way through bronchitis. I have come here after a hearty breakfast of doxycycline and steroid inhaler. So my voice is not what it is. You know, I really loved Niladri's talk, as all of you did, I'm sure. And the one thing I really learned from you, Niladri, the other things I'd vaguely heard of, and then you reminded me of everything and you put it all together so brilliantly in a very Niladri way. But the one thing I really learned, আমি জানতাম যে আমাদের দেশেই বাঙালিরা মেয়েদের বলে কুড়িতে বুড়ি, কিন্তু আমি আজ নীলাদ্রির থেকে শিখলাম যে সনেট নাম্বার 126-এ শেক্সপিয়ার একজন ছেলেকে বলেছে তুই কুড়িতে বুড়ি। And I think all feminists have missed their patron saint. It is Shakespeare. Yes, the first feminist, right? So, thank you so much, Niladri. When the next time I give a talk on feminism, I shall unabashedly steal from you without acknowledgement. You can do that with good friends. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Did that icebreaker of an observation? Yes.
Hello, sir. What a wonderful presentation. I was looking at this picture. This is all the pictures were very interesting, and they put a query in my head, so to speak. So for the longest time, everybody who's studying Shakespeare is talking about cross dressing, and boys playing female roles, and these pictures especially speak to the androgeneity that is there in the representation of young men at that age. Even in the Venus and Adonis pictures, if we are not looking at the heavy-bottomed Venus, the woman is always at an angle where the body shows the backside. If it doesn't, it's very hard to distinguish between the body politics is very interesting. The breasts are not that heavy. It is the bottom, or I think the childbearing attributes that are being highlighted mostly. If they don't, yes. If they don't, then it's hard to tell the figures apart, and male and female sort of kind of combine somewhere there.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask you whether this androgeneity is extremely deliberate in representation, because if you're looking at Shakespeare's plays, the way the boys are playing the roles that women were supposed to play, is it indeed only a politics of, as feminists would like to believe that, women were not allowed on stage, or is it more of a, deliberate obfuscation of sexual identities, so that this politics of the sexual politics of having young men play the role of women in real life also becomes a little easier? What is the relationship between the representation of these boys in this androgynous way, in this, now what we would call metrosexual way, and the actual sexual politics of the times?
Yeah, no, I think fascinating question. I think that when we talk about humanism, what we really have to always acknowledge is that humanism was basically manism, right? So therefore, I don't think women ever had a space in humanism in that sense. So therefore, when Renaissance art or Renaissance sculpture is used, there is a very clear channeling of the way in which the Greeks are producing their statuary. So therefore, in Greek statuary, the man was not shown to be heavily bicep, tricep, six-pack abs. That was absolutely offensive to the Greek sensibility. So therefore, the Greek concept of a man was sort of like a boy in late adolescence. So therefore, if you look at all the Greek statues that are called kouros, if you Google, you're going to see lots of images of kouros. What is a kouros? A kouros is basically a young man. And so therefore, hypersexuality, or rather hyper sort of masculinity, is something that was not a part of Greek statuary. When Renaissance starts to produce its art, that is being channeled. So therefore, hyper-masculinity is regarded with a great deal of suspicion. And if you tie that with the way in which the figure of the boy is consistently being eroticized, even that ties with the Greek idea. So I don't think they were actually thinking in terms of androgyny, because the way in which we have conceptualized androgyny, that's very sort of 20th century, late 20th century. So therefore, it's not androgyny. It's just that they found that his act is most attractive in late adolescence, early youth, and that you lose your adolescence. So therefore, there is actually a poem by Theocritus in which he says to this boy, he says, oh, let's have an affair. He says, let's have an affair now. And once you grow a beard, then we can be just good friends.
So actually,
He actually says that.
Yeah, that's exactly what is so interesting. Why I use the word androgyny was the fact that when you were presenting this, I was exactly coming to this point that actually, is that the age where males were so often thought to be the most female adjacent?
I don't think so, because
that's the age they're acting on stage as well, and doing female roles.
But you see, that is the time when men are definitely not considered to be female adjacent. They are thought to be sort of proto-man. So it is much more attractive to see a budding manhood. And it is that part. But you see, you have to understand that the whole culture is completely misogynistic. So therefore, there is no valorization of women anywhere. So therefore, Michelangelo, he was so fond of the male body, his female figures also look like men with very small breasts. Yes, even for women, So because can you imagine that the incipient patriarchy of Michelangelo's imagination is that the only correct body is the male body. So even when he's sculpting women, they're becoming sort of masculine, because that is he does not know how to sculpt smooth women. He doesn't know that. To muscle di bhai. So therefore, he's constantly sculpting muscles. Breasts, tiny breasts. You wouldn't even know that they're breasts, but very muscular. And this is what Theocritus says. He says, then when your cheeks begin to show the beard of manhood, we can be friends, as Achilles was to Patroclus. সো দেয়ারফর যতক্ষণ না গোঁপ বেরোচ্ছে ততক্ষণ আমাদের এই অ্যাফেয়ারটা চলুক, গোঁপ বেরোলে ভাই আমরা উইল বিকাম জাস্ট গুড ফ্রেন্ডস, ক্যান ইউ ইমাজিন? সো দেয়ারফর দেয়ার ইজ আ ওয়ে ইন উইচ অ্যাজ লং এজ ইউ আর quite a man, you are sexy, the moment you sprout a mustache, go find a woman and get married. Very clear separation of boyhood to manhood. Thank you for your question. Right at the back, last row. Krishnadi just has to start the conversation and then it'll take off. Yes.
So, sir, what I was asking is that Venus here is given a voice, but it plays Viola, Portia, Rosalind, they all need to get a physicality of the boy to represent themselves.
Yes.
So why do you think is this ambiguity? Why do you think is this ambiguity present in this, like in the narrative poem and in the play? Venus is given the voice.
Yes.
In Venus and Adonis, Venus is given a voice. Shakespeare is telling the
Yes.
story.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but why in the plays? Why do you think in the plays there's an ambiguity where Viola, Portia, Rosalind, they need to get a physicality of the boy or to dress up as a boy to represent themselves in society?
No, that is for a practical purpose, because it was Shakespeare was trying to be as accommodating as possible to the poor boy actors. So what was basically happening is you have a boy who plays a woman who plays a boy. And so therefore yes, it's double role reversal. সেখানেতে একটু কাছাকাছি একটু বেচারা ওরাও একটু আনন্দ পাক. So therefore Shakespeare is creating this double disguise so that the poor boys get to behave like themselves for a little bit. So therefore, just as Shakespeare is speaking through Venus as a man, similarly, the boy actor speaks as himself through a woman. Identity exercise that's happening over here. So in both cases, what is happening is that the woman is basically becoming a ventriloquist's dummy. So therefore, the woman is becoming the ventriloquist dummy. I am a man, I'm speaking like a man, channeling through a woman. Same thing for Venus and Adonis, same thing for them. Yeah. So I guess that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
It was a wonderful plenary talk. Thank you, Professor Niladharanjan Chatterjee, for the session. I would request our Dean, Professor Shubhidhar, to kindly stay back for the chairing the next session as well. Next, we have the keynote for this conference by Professor Dr. Krishna Sen. Professor Krishna Sen was the former head of English at the University of Calcutta. She is a founder member of the university's Women's Studies Research Center and a recipient of the University of Calcutta's Eminent Teacher Award. She went on a British Council scholarship to the University of Kent and on a Fulbright fellowship to the University of California at Los Angeles. She was a Leverhulme Chair Professor of English at the University of Leeds in 2008, visiting fellow at the University of Korea at Seoul in 2005, and visiting professor at the University of Vermont and Nippon fellow at the Salzburg Seminar in 2002. These were both in 2002. She has delivered invited lectures and keynote addresses at several leading universities, including Stanford, Berkeley, and the School of Oriental and African Studies. She has monographs, edited volumes, and some 100 articles in national and international publications by Routledge, Blackwell, Amsterdam University Press, Penguin, Oxford University Press, Cambridge University Press, among others. She is an editor of Orion Blackswan's Literary Cultural Theory series, general editor of its literary genre series, and a consulting editor for feminist studies in English literature, published by the University of Korea, and Journal of Transnational American Studies, published jointly by the Universities of Stanford and UC Santa Barbara. She is an active member of the international research groups at the University of Oslo and at Leiden, the Netherlands. She is a life member of the Asiatic Society Kolkata and a Paul Fellow of Rotary International. With these words, I invite Professor Dr. Krishna Sen for the keynote address. Ma'am.
You'll be happy here. Okay. Yeah. So I would like to thank Sister Nivedita University and Professor Shubit Dhar and the Department of English, Sister Nivedita University, for inviting me here. I'm sorry that the keynote became the second one, but that wasn't my fault. It was people squatting on the road somewhere. Yeah, the school teachers. So a 45-minute drive took me about 2 hours. And please excuse my funny voice. Well, I was very interested. This is the 4th time I can make out from the 4.0 that you've had this Salaam Shakespeare conference. And sorry, and I loved that multicultural Indo-British tang to it. It must have been Professor Dhar's brainchild. Yes, yes. It reminded me of this very well-known Indian restaurant in London that calls itself Chutney Mary, the best of both worlds. So Salaam Shakespeare. And I thought, my good friend Niladri, do you have to keep calling you Professor Chatterjee? So my good friend Professor Niladri Chatterjee said that he had been invited as an imposter because he's not a Shakespeare scholar. Well, I'm very far from being a Shakespeare scholar, except that I will never forget Sonnet 126. But I'm even more of an imposter than Niladri, because he at least talked about Shakespeare. He talked fully about, well, Shakespeare and that culture. And I'm not even going to do that. So because your title is Indo-British, I decided to do something Indo-British. And so the title of my paper is The Fortress and the Taj, Rabindranath Tagore's Reception of Shakespeare. You know, Salaam Shakespeare from here. Now, I want to preface my talk with 2 epigraphs. The first is a quotation from Edward Said's Orientalism, where Said says, it is very easy to argue that knowledge about Shakespeare and Wordsworth is not political. In other words, knowledge about Shakespeare and Wordsworth is always political. Niladri talked about the sexual politics of it, to borrow from Kate Millett. I will be talking about another kind of politics. And my second epigraph is from Stanley Fish. from his book, Is There a Text in This Class? Where Fish says, interpretation is not the art of construing, but the art of constructing. Construing means to decipher the meaning that you think is there. Constructing means to make a different whole for yourself. I mean, a completely different poem or play for yourself. You know, today I'm the grandmother of all fusspots. ওটাকে একটু বন্ধ যদি করে দেওয়া হয়, হ্যাঁ, একটা যদি করা হয়, মানে শাল পরেও শীত লাগলে তো turn it to an icicle. হ্যাঁ, ওইটা, that's it, yeah, thank you so much. আর তোমাদের যদি একটু গরম লাগে, একটু সাফার করো, just for one day. Okay, so I've got these two epigraphs from Edward Said and Stanley Fish. And what are these two epigraphs on Edward Said and Stanley Fish doing in a talk about Tagore and Shakespeare? I mean, Robindranath abar kobe theke Edward Said-er lok hoye gelo. You will find out. Because my contention is that not just Said and Stanley Fish, but a whole host of modern critics, a whole gamut of modern literary and cultural theory is required to understand Tagore in a much less known form. I mean, he, of course, is a universal writer. Everybody knows everything about Tagore. But a much less explored aspect of Tagore is Tagore as a critic. And that's the one I'm going to look at today. And because time is short, I will look at the critic of Shakespeare. Now, Tagore actually did not produce a huge body of work on Shakespeare. He did not write a single dedicated essay on Shakespeare, not even one. He did, of course, write a eulogy in Bangla entitled Bishokobi. It is now to be found in Bolaka, the collection called Bolaka. And he wrote this for a special volume published in February 1916 to celebrate the tercentenary, 300 years, of Shakespeare's death in 1616. And Tagore made his own English translation of this poem, which he called To Shakespeare. It is now engraved on a marble plaque under a bust of Tagore in Shakespeare's birthplace on Stratford-upon-Avon. So the next time you people go there, do have a look at it. I will just quote the first and the last line of this poem to show how Tagore glorifies Shakespeare's universality by drawing in an India connection. So this is the first line. Right? When by the far-off seas your fiery disk appeared from behind the unknown, O poet, O sun, Shurjo. And then the last line was, then after many centuries, by the Indian Sea, so the far-off sea and the Indian Sea, the connection, by the Indian Sea, the palm groves raise their feathery branches in thy praise. So, yes, I had Shakespeare. In fact, he produced enough scattered comments, obiter dicta on Shakespeare, as well as some marvelous translations. The ones he did in Bangla of the dialogues of the witches in Macbeth are really, really, really good Bangla. I mean, they really bring out the spirit, and sometimes you might read them. They've all been collected by Purnendu Potri in his book called Robindranath Shakespeare, which is published in Kolkata, 1989. And everything Rabindranath ever jotted down about Shakespeare is in this very useful volume, Purnendu Potri, Rabindranath Shakespeare. I want to make it very clear that I don't want to repeat Potri's endeavor. I'm not here to tell you what Tagore said about Shakespeare, where and when. That is not what I'm going to do. I am going to look at his critique of Shakespeare, and because time is short, his critique only of one play, The Tempest. Rabindranath wrote about The Tempest in mainly two essays, one called Shakuntala, 1902. Sorry, you just keep excusing me. I can't keep saying excuse me. So you just, in your kindness of your heart, keep excusing me. Thank you so much, Shubir. And so he wrote about The Tempest in an essay called Shakuntala in 1902, and in a very well-known essay called Topobon, published in 1910. I am going to refer mainly to Shakuntala and Topobon, and as and when required, to other essays by Tagore. And the point I'm going to make, apart from what he says about The Tempest, is that you will be amazed to see how presciently he anticipates absolutely 20th century literary and cultural theory. I mean, the old man had much in him. And the fact that those things are not even being thought of in those days, that is what I found so startling. And that is how I wanted to bring in Said's epigraph and Fish's epigraph. Tagore's reading of The Tempest, and through that Shakespeare, is intensely political. And as you will see, the Tempest that he constructs will seem familiar to you now. But in 1902, that is the marvel of it. So what he does in the essay Shakuntala is that he does a comparative analysis between Kalidas's Shakuntalam and Shakespeare's The Tempest. Now, he does not do it from the point of view of literary appreciation. Kalidas ki sundor eta likhechen, Shakespeare ki sundor ota likhechen. Not like that at all. What he does is that he contrasts the Weltanschauung, the world views of the two plays, and also, along the way, he compares and contrasts Shakuntala and Miranda. And he locates Kalidas in his cultural, social, intellectual, and philosophical milieu, and he locates Shakespeare in his cultural, social, intellectual, and philosophical milieu. So Tagore knew much more about Renaissance humanism than many of us do. And then he contrasts it from a philosophical point of view. So it is not a literary comparison at all. It is a philosophical comparison. How does he go about it? So the first thing he does is that he contextualizes these two authors and their plays, as I said, within their milieu. And to begin, I would like to quote, by the way, let me make it clear at the outset that all these quotations that you will be hearing in English were actually written in Bangla, and all the English translations are mine. So whether they're good, bad, or indifferent, at least you get the sense of what I mean. To begin this contextualization, I want to refer first to Rabindranath's essay, Purbo o Poshchimer Shobhota. You can translate it as civilize the East and the West. And there's a very pertinent line there that is at the core of his comparison between Kalidas and Shakespeare. Rabindranath says, At the heart of our Hindu civilization is the idea of community. At the heart of the European civilization is the idea of polity. So community is something kind of all-embracing. It makes room for everybody, high, low, rich, poor. It talks about a mutual empathy between the different parts of the community. Polity, on the other hand, implies the state, the political authority. And a polity is essentially hierarchical. And those who are low are, thank you, those who are low are not important. Those who are high have hegemonic domination over those who are low. So a community is a particular kind of worldview, and a polity is a different kind of worldview, right? Based either on, oh, I'm really being spoiled by all of you. I'm really spoiled. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shubhit, so much for arranging so much for me. You know, I'm never sick. I don't think Niladri and Shubhit have ever seen me sick and so fussy. No, it's one of those things. So anyway, Kalidas's play, as you will find out, according to Tagore, encapsulates the idea of community. Shakespeare's play encapsulates the idea of polity. Now, we've always thought of The Tempest as a beautiful romance and a love story between Miranda and Ferdinand. What's going on? Well, something is going on, as you will find. Now, in his essay, Shahitya, or literature, Shakespeare elaborates on this contrast between community and polity. He says that the idea of community comes from the Vedas and the Upanishads, and it foregrounds, or it emphasizes self-realization, what he translates as prakash. Whereas the European civilization, and this he writes in his book Nationalism also, same thing, Nationalism 1917, what the European civilization foregrounds is self-aggrandizement, which he calls protap. So what is the difference between the two civilizations, ancient India and Europe, Renaissance Europe? Community, polity. Prakash, protap. And in this essay, Shahitya, and remember, he is talking about the European Renaissance. I mean, did you know that Tagore knew so much about the European Renaissance? I found out. Lovely hot tea. Thank you so much, Sister Nivedita University. He goes on to elaborate this, and this is slightly longer quotation about Prakash and Pratap. He says, that monster with the clenched fist, piling stone upon stone upon stone, until the spires of his fortress pierce the sky, is as nothing. His power is important only to him. You remember Shelley's Ozymandias. That is known. The next bit is what the Europeans never talked about. Next sentence. But the Taj is something totally different. What is the Taj, he says? It is not just a monument. It is the creativity inherent in Shah Jahan's love and sorrow that welled out of his soul and overflowed the universe. The throne may have been Shah Jahan's alone, but the Taj is for all mankind. The Taj sets no limits. It is the abode of the infinite. So now you can see the meaning of my title, The Fortress and the Taj, in this very beautiful passage from Rabindranath's essay Shahitya. How does he explain this phrase, the abode of the infinite, as I've translated it? He goes on to say in Shahitya that the abode of the infinite is, in terms of the Veda and the Bhagavad Gita, it is universal nature or Prakriti. And you remember in Chandalika, where the mother is Prakriti, where she tries to resolve this hiatus between her untouchable daughter and the Buddhist monk. Prakriti is a very important word in Tagore. So, the Taj is about Prakriti. The fortress is about power. Okay? So, one Kalidas's world embodies a worldview that is inclusive, that draws in everybody. Shakespeare, and he's not criticizing Shakespeare as a person or as a poet. He thought he was a very great poet. But what is the culture to which Shakespeare belongs? It is exclusionary. It does not include everybody. And therefore, of course, when they go out and do their exploring and everything, we know all about the othering. And as you will see, Tagore did not have the terminology, but he anticipated everything. When you hear what he says about text, you will say, I heard it before. No, you didn't hear it in 1902. You didn't hear it in 1910. You heard it when Anya Lumba said it in 1998. Right? And we thought it was such a great thing to say. Old man, this revered old man has done it before. More than 50 years before, and I will have something to say about this at the end. Now, so this is one civilization, that is another civilization. Before I end this part, how Tagore characterized the Renaissance, I just want to mention one thing, sorry. And that is that in his essay Topobon, he has passing reference to Milton's Paradise Lost, Book 4. He just says it and moves on, but I really want to make something of this. What he says is, the first two lines are in Bangla and I have translated, and the second two lines are actual quotation from Milton. Paradise Lost, Book 4. This is the Bangla gloss. Nature was created for man. Man is its master. When in the secluded copse, his first parents, that is Adam and Eve, reposed, and here starts the quotation from Milton. Beast, bird, insect, nor worm durst not enter, such was their awe of man. And Tagore says, this is not universal nature. This is not Prakriti. So what he sees in Milton's Paradise Lost is that exclusionary Western episteme of polity, of hierarchy, of domination, of power. Right? Okay. In fact, quite frankly, I haven't come across such indirect indictment of the very fountainhead of Christian culture as this. And why I say the very fountainhead, what is this? This is Genesis, the book of Genesis in the Old Testament of the Bible. And the reference is to chapter 1, verse 20, the famous chapter 1, verse 20. I will quote from the Authorized Version. And God said, let us create man in our likeness and in our image, and then let us give him domination over all created beings. Let me say it again. And God said, let us create man in our own likeness and our own image, and then let us give him domination over all created beings. To refer back to Professor Niladri Chatterjee's very illuminating talk, let us create man in our own likeness means man, man, man. It does not mean human being. It does not mean woman. And do you know that Milton in his divorce tracts used this line as one of the key arguments for saying, hey, God didn't create woman in his likeness. Women, beast, bird, insect, worm, all the same. All the I have not come across such a direct indictment of Christianity and its very foundational dogma of the supremacy of man, Renaissance humanism. Yeah. Till 1974, I don't know whether you know this work, Dennis Pirages and Paul Ehrlich, who were one of the first environmentalists after Rachel Carson. They wrote this book called Ark 2, ARK 2, that is Noah's Ark. Yeah. And the subtitle is Social Responsibility to Environmental Initiatives. They invented the term dominant social paradigm, and they put the blame on all current environmental disasters that we are now suffering on this verse of the Genesis. Right? That God gave man domination over everything, and man exploited the natural world. Right? So Tagore is very aware of the way he hits out at Christianity in this is marvelous. And we know that this is the attitude in the great Renaissance texts and paintings. Pico della Mirandola's Oration on the Dignity of Man, 1486, where Pico says that a man must be a man and not behave like a woman or a worm. I mean, if I could shoot Pico, I would, but he's not around. And then do you remember Leonardo da Vinci's masterful sketch, The Vitruvian Man? You should Google it, 1491. Here is this male figure. And hey, Professor Chatterjee, this male figure has muscles. He's got these very muscular feet planted firmly on the earth. Like, you know, you are my servant. And then he's got these outstretched arms touching the heavens. Upor dike, touching the heavens. And that is Renaissance humanism. Right? And অত দিন আগের কথা বলছি 1910 Rabindranath hits right out at this. Now, so this is one of the contexts for his critique of The Tempest. Shakespeare খুব ভালো, শেক্সপিয়ার দারুণ কবিতা লিখতেন, কিন্তু কি করবেন ভদ্রলোক, ওর মাইন্ডসেটটা তো তৈরি, এইভাবেই উনি চিন্তা করতে পারেন। ঠিক আছে? The second context that he charts out for The Tempest is equally amazingly modern. It is capitalism. Capitalism. Now, I always thought that this connection between Renaissance expansionism, Renaissance imperialism, that is when the voyages started, you know, to Asia and Africa, and South America, that this had been identified by Immanuel Wallerstein in his famous world systems theory, especially the first volume, Capitalist Agriculture, in 1974. Let me quote to you two passages from Tagore. One is, again, Topovanon, 1910, when he says that, I'm paraphrasing the first bit, that when you desert universal nature for self-aggrandizement, for power, for pelf, then, and I'm quoting now, I'm translating, the appetites of man become vicious and gross. So you are thinking of polity, of power, of hierarchy, of money, and your appetites become vicious and gross. We all know about colonial exploitation. He said it in 1910. It had already started for many centuries. But the reason that he gives is philosophical, not political. That when you forget that you're part of a community, when you think that you're part of a polity, high, low, us, them, me, my other, then you become violent and gross. And as regards capitalism, the last little bit, there are interesting things here and there. But I just wanted to quote something which he wrote in English, so it's not my translation. He wrote a letter to the American novelist Upton Sinclair in September, what's the date? 12th of September, 1923. And of course, the letter is in English because he's writing to an American novelist. And and this is what he says. What I notice is the insidious undermining of the self when, Tagore's English phrase, and I love it. What I notice is the insidious undermining of the self when the dollar owns the man, not the man owns the dollar. That's a good one, isn't it? When the dollar owns the man and not the man owns the dollar. And then he says, I myself have just written a play on this, which is Rokto Korobi. Rokto Korobi kotha bolchen. So he has already understood that the dollar has started owning the man, right? And this is also something he sees in Shakespeare's world. Okay, so now let's move to The Tempest. What are the contexts that he has done? The context of hierarchical polity and power, which the European civilization lusts after, and the context of capitalism. And both are exploitative agencies. Okay, so these are his two contexts. Let us now turn to his critique of The Tempest. Now, the core of the critique is to be found in a passage in Topobon in 1910. I'm translating. Yeah. Shakespeare's As You Like It is a story about exile in the wilderness. So is The Tempest and A Midsummer Night's Dream. In these stories, the characters are exiled to the wilderness. But surprisingly, man's will and desire triumphs over all, rather than a feeling of fellowship and alliance with the spirit of the wilderness. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've never been so spoiled in my life. So he says, although these are stories about exile in the wilderness, what a lot of Shakespeare he'd read. I mean, even A Midsummer Night's Dream he puts in here in Topobon. Although they are exiled in the wilderness, what comes to our notice is that man's will and desire dominates and is powerful overall. Man has learned nothing from the wilderness. Man has learned nothing from nature. All he wishes to do is either to dominate it or to escape from it. Yeah, and the last bit, good, there are a few dots, and then it is as though man wishes to transcend universal nature and prove himself autonomous. He does not want to admit that he is also part of nature. Right? So this is from Topobon. And now let me turn to the essay Shakuntala, where he speaks specifically about The Tempest and Shakuntala, specifically about The Tempest. But the core of it is this, that it is about an exile in nature. No, what did I go and do? Turn the next page. Though it is a story about exile in nature, man has learned nothing from nature, nothing at all. Now he says, there is a similarity between the love of Miranda for Prince Ferdinand and the love of Shakuntala for King Dushyanta. In fact, there is a similarity between the two heroines. Miranda was bred on the desert island, and Shakuntala was bred in the forest hermitage. But whereas Shakuntala feels pain at leaving her forest home, Miranda feels no pain at all. And then comes a lovely phrase. Although Miranda was bred amidst, bred means brought up. Although Miranda was brought up or bred amidst nature, nature has not entered her soul. Nature has not entered her soul. And so Miranda is totally contemptuous, totally dismissive of the natural beings around her, Caliban, his mother Sycorax, Ariel. All she feels for them is disgust, right? Bidesh, disgust. Whereas Shakuntala is the friend of the peacock and the deer and plays with the little animals of the forest. So, I'm sorry. This is his main comparison between Shakuntala and Miranda, that their situations are the same. They both meet an outsider, fall in love and leave. But one has become at one with Prakriti and the other has rejected Prakriti. Now, it is not Shakespeare that Tagore is blaming. It is the culture that Shakespeare is encapsulating in this play. Obviously, Prospero comes in for a comment, which is very sharp. You will say we've heard it before. You heard it with Ania Lumba in 1998. You did not hear it in 1902 or 1910. And this is from the essay Shakuntala, 1902. তখন কি চলছিল? A.C. Bradley, G. Wilson Knight, Elsie Knights, ওরে বাবা শেক্সপিয়ার, গুরু গুরু গুরু, এই ধরনের criticism পেয়েছো? Theoretical and sharp, absolutely theoretical, right? So what Prospero, he says, Prospero is the epitome of the polity. Between the fortress and the Taj, he's the fortress, not the Taj. And this becomes clear from not only the way that he treats Sycorax, Caliban, and Ariel. Sycorax, Caliban's mother was, locked up in the cleft of a tree or something like that. But he says that, how does Shakespeare, and this is Shakespeare, how does Shakespeare depict these, and Rabindranath Tagore other kothata janten na. It's a capital O দিয়ে, you are my other, he is my other, she is my other. এই কথাটা উনি জানতেন না। কিন্তু শেক্সপিয়ার কিভাবে ক্যালিবান, সাইকোরাক্স আর এরিয়েলকে দেখি? Caliban is a monster, Sycorax is a witch, and Ariel is a fairy. কেন বাবা? ওরা তো অন্য দেশের লোক, ওরা তো মানুষ। He says, and this is a nice quotation from Shakuntala, neither Miranda, my translation, neither Miranda nor Prospero have any sympathy for nature even when it appears in human form. মানে ক্যালিবান তো হাতপাওয়ালা মানুষ, কিন্তু তাকে মনস্টার বলবে, তাকে বিস্ট অফ বার্ডেন বলবে কেন? ওই যে পলিটি, ওই যে ফর্ট্রেস, ওই যে হায়ারার্কি, which is at the heart of Renaissance humanism. In fact, Tagore very perceptively says that there is a sullen resentment in Caliban, and that Ariel is so eager to please, and it's totally fruitless. We had to wait till the Wretched of the Earth, Franz Fanon and the Wretched of the Earth, to hear this, to get the word core. এসব ভাষা রবীন্দ্রনাথের ছিল না, কিন্তু থিওরিটা কিরকম বুঝে গেছেন উনি, দেখো, right? And finally, well, not only Franz Fanon or Wretched of the Earth, What about Aimé Césaire, Une tempête, the revolutionary Caliban? What about the Cuban author, Roberto Fernando, what was his name? Retamar, his essay Caliban, the revolutionary Caliban. And Shakespeare বলছেন sorry, রবীন্দ্রনাথ বলছেন ওখানে যে ক্যালিবানের ভেতরে বিদ্রোহ আছে। এটা ফ্যানোর জন্য ওয়েট করতে হয়নি। হ্যাঁ, কালিবানের ভেতরে বিদ্রোহ আছে। এটা কোথায় বলেছি? শকুন্তলায়। Finally, just to round up this part, and then I have a short bit left to finish. What is it? The tempest itself. এটা তো central motif না, ওই ঝড়টা, the tempest. How does he regard the tempest? আমার খুব মনে আছে, when I was studying MA in Calcutta, যখন Venus and Adonis আমাদের পড়তে হতো, because there was a 100-mark paper on, তখন tempest আমাদের পড়তে হতো, and we read G. Wilson Knight. G. Wilson Knight. এবং G. Wilson Knight regarded the storm as a signifier of harmony. কি করে একটা ঝড় কি করে হারমোনিয়াস হয় না? Because of that storm, Ferdinand's ship came to be shipwrecked on Prospero's island, and Miranda met Ferdinand, and the play ended in love and romance. If you remember Edward Dowden, ওই সময়কারী ভদ্রলোক, একটু উইলসন নাইটের আগে, he said that the play The Tempest and Cymbeline and Winter's-Tale and Pericles, these are all romances. Whereas is not seeing at the heart of the tempest, power politics, right? It is very easy to argue that knowledge about Shakespeare and Wordsworth is not political. When a Western text is read from another hemisphere, there's only one way to read it, which is political, right? তো এই ঝড় সম্বন্ধে শেক্সপিয়ার কি বলছেন? উইলসন নাইট তো বলেছেন ইট ওয়াজ হারমোনি। আমার ক্লাসেও এটা আমাকে পড়ানো হয়েছিল, তখন আমি না ওই কথাটা বিশ্বাস করেছিলাম, কারণ ওই সময় আমি রবীন্দ্রনাথ এসব পড়িনি। হ্যাঁ, দিস ইজ হোয়াট হি সেজ, এন্ড আই এম গেল কোথায় সেই চশমাটা, এই যে, এন্ড আই এম ট্রান্সলেটিং। The tempest is present not only in the title of the play, but at the heart of the play. It is a play about conflict. Conflict between man and nature. Conflict between man and man. ওই যে প্রসপেরোর ভাই ওকে তাড়িয়ে দিল রাজত্বের জন্য। Conflict between man and man. And at the bottom of all this is the lust for power. I mean, this reminds me, I mean, Rabindranath may not have read it, but this is one thing I enjoyed reading much later in life when I was teaching. There was this 16th century German, he was both an alchemist and a professor of medicine in Marburg University in Germany. এটাও হতো যে ডাক্তার বাবু alchemist হয়েছেন, মানে he had both this. His name was Oswald Crolius. Oswald Crolius, and he wrote this huge tome in which he tried to show, for what it is worth to us today, the correspondence between natural forces and human emotions. Etar correspondence hoche eta. And his corresponding or analogy for storm in the human emotions was apoplexy. Apoplexy মানে এত রাগ হয়ে যাওয়া যে তুমি প্রায় ফেন্ট করে গেলে, প্রচন্ড রাগ, মানে প্রচন্ড প্রতাপ, আমার মুখের উপর কথা বলছে কেন, বা আমার সঙ্গে এরকম ব্যবহার হলো কেন, প্রচন্ড প্রতাপ। Now, I don't know whether Tagore had at all read Crolius. This is my last bit. But he definitely finds the storm, the tempest, as a sign of apoplexy. সকলের উপর সকলের রাগ, সকলের উপর সকলের রাগ। শেষকালটায় ঠিক আছে, একটা বিয়ে হয়ে গেল, খুব সুন্দর। But the whole play is about rag. না, এইভাবে টেম্পেস্ট কিন্তু আমি ভাবতে শিখিনি। পরবর্তীকালে when Bill Ashcroft, Gareth Griffith, Helen Tiffin, our good friend Bill, he published The Empire Writes Back in 1989. Then we learned about this, radical counter discursive reading of Western texts. And then, of course, Anya Lumbar naam to koreichi, post-colonial Shakespeare's. আরে বাবা পোস্ট কলোনিয়ালও হয়ে গেছে, রিডার রিসপন্সও হয়ে গেছে, ক্রিটিক অফ দ্য ওয়েস্টও হয়ে গেছে, and not just ninde kora in a ninde kora way. Do you see how logical and philosophical, step by step argument? আমরা এই ভাবি, ওনারা অন্যরকম ভাবেন। ওনারা কেন অন্যরকম ভাবেন এবং ওনাদের এই ভাবনা চিন্তার জন্যেই there is this imperialist capitalist exploitation that Tagore knew very well about capitalist and imperialist exploitation can be seen in his text Purbo Poschime Shobhota, where there is a huge long, it's a footnote, but a quotation in the original English, from Mark Twain. Now, Mark Twain at that time was a journalist to earn his living, and he was touring. As you know, the Americans hated the British. ওদের আমেরিকানদের উপর রাজত্ব করেছিল তো ভীষণ এক্সপ্লয়টেটিভ ভাবে। আরে সাহেব বলেই বোধহয় সম্ভব, they threw them out in 1776 আর আমাদের 1947 অব্দি ওয়েট করতে হলো। আমাদের বোধহয় অত এলএম ছিল না। হ্যাঁ, তো ওদের তো হারিয়ে দিয়েছে। ইনফ্যাক্ট একটা ভীষণ মজার গল্প আছে। The fellow whom George Washington defeated to throw the British out of America was a chap called Arthur Wellesley. হ্যাঁ, বড় লোকের ছেলে, যুদ্ধ করতে এসে মানে টোটাল হেরে গেল। এবারে what to do with Arthur Wellesley? ও তো একটা লর্ডের ছেলে রে বাবা, আর পুরো একটা কলোনি চলে গেল because of his stupidity. So he had to be sent far away from England, নাহলে কেউ মেরেই দিত রাগের চোটে। So where was he sent? খুব দূরে, ইন্ডিয়া। হ্যাঁ, as Governor General। এবার চিনতে পারছো ডিউক অফ ওয়েলিংটন আর্থার ওয়েলেসলি, গভর্নর জেনারেল, ওয়েলিংটন স্ট্রিট, ওয়েলিংটন স্কোয়ার, ঠিক আছে? তো এইবারে কি হলো, আমেরিকারা তো ডিপেন্ডেন্ট হয়ে গেল, and they started trading. And তোমরা জানো কিনা জানি না, there's a university called Brown University which should give free tuition to everybody from Kolkata, in those days Calcutta. একটা লোক ছিল যার নাম ছিল জোজায়া ব্রাউন, আর এই জোজায়া ব্রাউন he was trading Calcutta goods, এই সিল্ক, মাসলিন, স্পাইসেস। ওই আর্থার ওয়েলেসলি, ডিউক অফ ওয়েলিংটন, ও আমেরিকা হেরে এসে ক্যালকাটা, which was the capital, সেখানেও গভর্নর জেনারেল বসেছে, ফার অ্যাওয়ে ফ্রম ইংল্যান্ড। আর এই জোজায়া ব্রাউনটা করেছে কি, অ্যান আমেরিকান ট্রেডার এসে ওকে কুর্নিশ করে বলেছে, আমি কি এখানে ব্যবসা করতে পারি? বলে দূর হ, তুই আমেরিকা থেকে এসছিস, বলে তাড়িয়ে দিয়েছে। তখন বেঙ্গলি বিজনেসম্যান began trading with Josiah Brown. Josiah Brown প্রচুর টাকা করলো, আর সবচেয়ে বেশি টাকা করলো কিভাবে, ও কলকাতা থেকে জাহাজে করে একটা হাতি বস্টনে নিয়ে গেল, একটা পুরো আস্ত হাতি। তারপরে করলো কি, হাতিটাকে চারপাশে একটা ঘেরাও দিল, একটা বড় নোটিশ ছিল যে এর সামনে দিকেও যাবে না, পেছন দিকেও যাবে না, it both kicks with all its legs, আর টাকা তুলে হাতি দেখাতো। And do you know what he created? টাকা তুলে হাতি দেখিয়ে Brown University. So we have a claim on it. We do. In fact, Elihu Yale, যে ইয়েল ইউনিভার্সিটি করেছে, ও ম্যাড্রাসের সঙ্গে ওই লবঙ্গ টবঙ্গ ট্রেড করে টাকা বানিয়ে ইয়েল ইউনিভার্সিটি করেছে। তা আমাদের সকলকারই ওখানে ফ্রি এন্ট্রি হওয়া উচিত। আমার তো ওখানে নীলাদ্রি, আমার সুবীরের তো ওখানে ফ্রি প্রফেসরই হয়ে যাওয়া উচিত এখন। হ্যাঁ, বাট এনিওয়ে, এই মার্ক টুয়েনটা, হি টোটালি হেটেড দ্য ব্রিটিশ, কারণ আমেরিকান, অ্যান্ড হি কেম একটা জার্নাল, ওটা ছিল নর্থ আমেরিকান রিভিউ। It sent him as a reporter to British colonies to report on British excesses. And he came to India, and he wrote this piece which came out in February 1901, called to the person who lives in darkness, and এটা উল্টো আর কি, মানে ব্রিটিশ গুলো ডার্কনেসে থাকে, and Tagore has a very long quotation from that. So he was very aware of capitalist exploitation, right? Now, I wish to make a point, and I'm winding up now. Number one, that it is not Shakespeare that he was pulling down. He was what we today call theoretically approaching Shakespeare. And it was not just post-colonialism or reader response or his critique of humanism. Tagore is amazingly modern, or shall I say postmodern, in the way he looks at the metafictionality of history, for example. That history is not an irrefutable record of events. History is a perspective on events. যে যেখানে দাঁড়িয়ে সে সেইভাবে ঘটনাটা দেখবে. And he has a what you may call it, an essay called ঐতিহাসিক উপন্যাস, where he talks about how, and he's discussing in this অক্ষয় কুমার মৈত্রর সিরাজউদ্দৌলা উপন্যাস আর বঙ্কিমচন্দ্র চট্টোপাধ্যায় রাজসিংহ. And where he's making this very postmodern point that the aesthetics of a historical novel is very different from a historical narrative, and a historical narrative is never fact. ভদ্রলোক 1912 সালে, in fact, at the end, he very jokingly says that Bharata Muni, when he was writing Natra Shastra, should have added a 10th rasa to the 9 rasas, which he calls itihasa rasa. The aesthetics of representing history, right? Now, my final point. It is very sad that many people in India and everybody abroad, I'm talking about the scholarly population, not about businessmen or anything like that, they do not know that Tagore was such an immensely prescient critic who had anticipated so much current theory because he wrote in Bangla. For example, do we know that contemporaneously with Tagore, that is in the year 1900, a man called Jose Enrique Rodó, living in Uruguay, wrote in Spanish an immensely insightful political interpretation of The Tempest titled Ariel. আমরা এগুলো জানি না বিকজ এগুলো ছোট ছোট দেশের কম প্রচলিত ভাষায় লেখা. So I now have a little suggestion for Sister Nivedita University. May I, Shubhi? And the organizers of Salaam Shakespeare. You know, one needs to edit a book, regrettably in English translation. Otherwise, it will not reach the world. It is not just countries that dominate, languages also dominate. Yeah. And I would suggest as the title, Salaam Shakespeare, that lovely multicultural title that you have. Shakespeare from the vernaculars of the global South. How will you do it? Get all your international friends. Professor Dhor knows so many people. Professor Chatterjee knows so many people. Say somebody from South Korea. I know a very good scholar in South Korea. Just write us a short essay on Shakespeare criticism in your country. The world needs to know যে খালি সাহেবরাই চিন্তা করতে পারে না, আমরাও চিন্তা করতে পারি। এইটে শেক্সপিয়ারের মাধ্যমে জানানো যায়। And so today, deliberately, I brought to your notice Tagore's extremely modern theoretical reception of Shakespeare. Thank you very much. Thank you for looking after me so well. Even on Sunday, I had called Shubir, I won't be able to do it. My voice is shaking. And he said, no, let us wait 2 days. So thank you, Shubir, for making me wait 2 days. Right. Keynote doesn't have any questions. হ্যাঁ, না হলে ওটা কি হোল হয়ে যায়। আচ্ছা, আমি তো প্রায় মালপত্র নিয়ে ঢুকেছি, তো এবার মালপত্রগুলো কালেক্ট করে
We
Yes.
at we thank Professor Dr. Krishna Sen for the wonderful
মানে কি? চশমা লবণ। Yeah. Yes, which I will now have. So, shall I? There are no questions. No questions for a keynote. If they want to.
Keynote doesn't have any questions as such. That's not the convention. But in case you have, things that you really want to ask the presentation, please go ahead. But her voice is not very.
Mellifluous anymore today. আসলে আমি খালি একটু এনকারেজ করতে চাইছিলাম যে তোমরা রবীন্দ্রনাথের এইসব এসেগুলো পড়ো এবং কি অ্যামেজিংলি মডার্ন এটা পৃথিবীকে জানাও, এটাই আমার উদ্দেশ্য ছিল আর কি। এবং তোমরা এখন অনেক পাবলিকেশন করবে, ইউ আর ইয়াং পিপল, সো ইউ আর দ্য পার্সনস টু ডু ইট। I don't think there would be questions on such a strange speech. Right.
Okay.
So am I through, Vijay?
Thank you, Professor Sen. We would now move into interactive session between the students, the audience, and the British Council. I would request the representatives of the British Council to kindly take over.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon, and I am Ivana from British Council. As you can see, there are my colleagues sitting over there, and we have set up a table. So what are we doing here? You might be wondering. We are here to tell you about our memberships. So British Council is in Camac Street. We have a very good library there, and we have several kinds of memberships, physical library memberships and digital library membership also. So anyone who's interested to know about the English language courses that we offer or the library membership, please come to our desk, that little table that we have set up, and we will be happy to let you know. And you can take the membership if you want right away also, if you are eager. Okay, thank you.
I will now call upon the co-convener of the conference, Professor Shudesha Dash, to announce the details of the technical sessions that will be.
Okay, so after all these enriching sessions, we are now going to begin first technical sessions, which are 1A, 1B, and 1C. There will be 3 parallel sessions. Before I call out the names of the presenters and the concerned members, just there are a few announcements. Number 1 is chairs are requested to select the best paper presenter of the respective sessions and submit the name of the presenter and the title of the paper after the session. The best presenters will be awarded in the valedictory sessions, and the certificates only for the best presenters that will be given online. Since we are running late, so there will be technical sessions 1A, 1B, and 1C in the respective venues. Simultaneously, the presenters and the other concerned members of technical sessions 2A, 2B, and 2C are requested to complete their lunch before their sessions. The sessions which are going to be held from 3 to 4 p.m. So the paper presenters are requested to have their lunch before that. Simultaneously, the paper present technical sessions 1A, 1B, and 1C, they will be having lunch after their sessions. And once again, I'm requesting the chairs to select the best paper presenter and submit the names of the best paper presenters and the title of the paper after the respective sessions. Now I am going to call out the names of the technical paper presenters of the technical sessions. Technical session 1A, we have Ria Bera, Shoaib Akhtar Molla, Priyanka Das, and Payal Dotto as our paper presenters. We will have Dr. Moni Kinkini Basu as the faculty coordinator, Shomodipto Das as the student moderator, and Bondona Maiti as the timekeeper. And the session will be chaired by Deepayon Dotto. This is going to be held here in the moot court. Technical session 1B, the venue is boardroom ground floor. The session will be chaired by Boloram Balo. Paper presenters are Chandray Gorai and Ipshita Mondol, Aditi Khamrai, Aman Desai, Mahima Datta, and Obhik Deb. Faculty coordinator is Devdatta Mitro. Student moderator is Praneet Sharkar. And the timekeeper is Rupsha Mukhopadhyay. This is in the boardroom ground floor. Technical session 1C. The session will be chaired by Oritrik Dotto Chaudhary. The paper presenters are Trisha Das, Otono Kumar Roy, Geeti Maiti, and Swarupa Das. The faculty coordinator will be Professor Dr. Probal Roy Chaudhary, student moderator Srijita Dotto, timekeeper Zoya Javed. And this is going to be held in Vice Chancellor's boardroom ground floor. Thank you.
কৃতি কোথায় আছে? কৃতি, 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 look for Kriti. Who is the assistant here? Who is the student assistant in this venue? Where is Shomodipto? Come here. Okay, so we formally begin our technical sessions. Session 1A will be held in moot court, that is this venue. I would invite the chair, the session chair, Deepayan Dotto, who works as an assistant professor in the Department of English, THK Jain College, Kolkata. He has done his MA from the West Bengal State University and is at present pursuing his PhD from Sister Nivedita University. His research interests include Romanticism, modernism, post-colonial literature, Marxism, eco-criticism, trauma, and disaster studies. We will now felicitate Deepayan. Felicitation kit. Felicitation kit. Depends, since this is the first technical session, you can understand we are technically a little, so challenged. So just sit down. We'll arrange for everything. Thank you very much. Where is the kit? Felicitation kit. Etana. Na. Okay. Preeti. Technical session 1A will have papers from 4 paper presenters. We have Ria Bera, independent research scholar. Ria, we would like you to join us this side. Pull the chairs, pull some of the chairs this side. We have Shoaib Akhtar Molla, PhD research scholar, Sister Nivedita University. We have UG student, Priyanka Das, Sister Nivedita University. And Payal Dotto, PG student, University of Calcutta. Okay. So just a quick reminder to the chair, we have a best presentation award for all sessions. Okay. So all technical sessions will have a best presentation award. For your presentation, for your paper presentation, time for each presenter will be 10 minutes. Okay. And at the end, you can take question answers. That will be very helpful for us. Yes. So the timekeeper of this session is Vandana Maiti. So Vandana Maiti is keeping time. Okay. And you have a session model. Oh, standing, you please take seats. Okay, so we begin our first technical session. Vandana, pull a chair and you can. So Vandana will be giving a to the speakers. And who else is there with you? Coordinator? Okay, so you are going to operate for them. Okay, right.
Okay.
A mingled yarn, resetting Shakespearean protagonists in the shadows of the underworld in the Bengal movie and digital adaptations. The works of Shakespeare possess a unique characteristic where the themes are fluid to such an extent that it transcends language, time, and physical locations. In the realm of Bengali cinema and web series, this landscape or interpretation is ever evolving, where the universal themes have been strikingly indigenized by switching the location from the royal courts and battlefields to the illicit domains of the criminal underworld in Bengal. This pronounced divergence from the original location not only serves an aesthetic purpose or for enhancing familiarity, this deliberate shift is more conscious move to showcase a better symbolic location for exploring the dark internal themes like lust for dominance, personal ambitions, and repressed desires. To discern the placement of this Bengali movie and series, three seminal works, Arshinagar 2015, Zulfikar 2016, and Mondar 2021 are surveyed, which are the transcreations of Romeo and Juliet, Julius Caesar, and Macbeth, respectively. Each of these works not only localizes the plots but also possesses awareness of the socio political and cultural conditions of Bengal, along with the internal lives of the underworld criminals as mortal humans. As such, the dirty streets, coastal villages, and syndicate provide the venue for exploring the underlying universal concerns of moral complication, corruption, marginalization, and cross generational ensuring social decay. Furthermore, incorporating the adaptation and post-colonial theories, my paper depicts how these Bengali adaptations contradict colonial aftermath and enhances pertinence. Therefore, the setting explores the overlapping impediments of good and evil, thereby justifying the Bard's statement, the web of our life is of a mingled yarn, good and ill together, from All's Well That Ends Well. The recontextualization of the Bard's works coordinates not only just with the aesthetic needs of the adaptations, but it also acts as a means of post-colonial resistance by allowing the adapters to reclaim and mold the original narratives. These orientalized and regionalized transcreations aid in the development of a unique genre which is exclusive to both stage and screen. Therefore, it resonates with Homi Bhabha's theory of mimicry and hybridity, where the colonized people try to imitate the colonizers imperfectly. This gives rise to a hybrid adaptation, neither completely European nor completely Bengali, because of the presence of amalgamated cultures and identities. Therefore, the placement of the mentioned films and web series in the local underworld of Bengal transforms the colonial literature into something almost the same but not quite, thereby creating a third space suitable for colonial negotiations as is viewed in all the chosen adaptations. Unlike the 16th and the 17th centuries, in the postmodern world, there are no kings or no governance like such to rule or maintain the domestic amity. In a world where criminal activities are ever increasing in different forms, in such a place, this world is the most suitable. In such a scenario, the underworld plays an essential role since it comprises a shadow world with its own hierarchy of power and territorial dominion, usually led by one single person or group who can be taken to be the king or the power holding body. It aids in depicting the underlying universal themes of ambition, corruption, and greed in a more effective manner. For example, in the placement of Zulfikar, the criminal underbelly of Kolkata provides a modern resonance to political treachery as viewed through the operation of the syndicate, which is the modern representation of Roman Senate. Furthermore, unlike the ordinary Bengali society, which seems to be calm and quiet, the underworld provides a context where regular murders and power mongering are justified. Therefore, it justifies what Brutus said, the abuse of greatness when it disjoins remorse from power, based from Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. In this context, the setting of the underworld can also be taken as a broken home. The entire cosmos of the criminal world works as a family, and the king or the boss's most trusted man, who is almost treated as his son, always betrays him. Viewing the criminal landscape as the Bengali rotting home therefore makes the theme of betrayal more stark. Such a criminal landscape also aids in posing the same question of whether political assassinations can ever be warranted, as was posed by the bard himself. Moreover, the criminal world also forms a place where the traditional order is subverted, as the power mongers belong to the marginalized society. Therefore, underworld forms a place where the world is grown so bad that the wrens make prey where eagles dare not perch, from Shakespeare's Richard II. Moreover, the transition of prophecy and mythology from the original plays to the modern screen adaptations is imbibed in the folklore of the marginalized people, as viewed through the character of old hag Mojnuburi and her son Pedo, who forecast future, leading to an unescapable psychological snare in Mondar. While, on the other hand, the removal of the prophecies from Zulfikar and Ashinagar, which are based on city life, makes these adaptations closer to reality. In addition, in Mondar, the crime-laden fishing village also resonates with the eponymous character's psyche, besides depicting the lives of the marginalized fishermen. The geographically and socially alienated, foggy and dark locations of Gailpur, where Mondar is based, shows the concealed psychological thoughts and confusions of the protagonist, while the fishing occupation itself is indicative of the violence, obscuring the definitions between need and brutality, thereby justifying the witch's words, fair is foul and foul is fair, from Shakespeare's Macbeth. Furthermore, the crime around the village is suggestive of the capacity of violence Mondar himself possesses. The criminal world of Gailpur thus reflects the unfiltered and savage aspects of its human residents, where people kill others mercilessly, overwhelmed by their ambitions. On the other hand, Aponashen's Arshinagar, the location of the criminal world is the most apt, since the overall plot deals with visual violence. The cross-generational feud between the Mountains and the Capulets finds a better depiction when it is presented in the backdrop of territorial conflict and gang discord. Moreover, such locations, which is forever present aggression provides an impactful effect on the tragedy of the star-crossed lovers on the modern audience. This makes the plot more believable and relevant for the modern audience. The chosen backdrop also highlights the ever-continuing communal violence in Bengal, as depicted by the families Mitters and Khan. Therefore, as viewed from the quantum discussion, it is evident that the choice of the criminal world as the backdrop for Bengali film and web series adaptations of Shakespeare does not only modernize the stories, making them relatable for contemporary audience, but also acts as a sphere where the dark desires and activities manifest themselves. Furthermore, looking through the lens of postcolonial theory, the crime-laden world of Bengali adaptations of the Bard, this forms a means of resistance whereby the universal themes are localized to make them culturally more relevant. In this way, Shakespearean adaptations are localized in the settings of criminal underbelly, and it highlights the socio-economic political conditions of Bengal. Thank you.
Then thank you, Priya, for your paper where you have tried to portray how the Bengali adaptations of Shakespeare take the city as a space where the criminal underbelly is functioning. Thank you. I have a question for you, maybe in the end. So we can move on to the next. So you were moderating this.
হ্যালো, আমি তো এরপরে আমি তো সো গুড আফটারনুন এভরিওয়ান। I'm Shoaib Akhtar Mullah, research scholar, PhD research scholar in the Department of English, Sister Nivedita University. I would like to, acknowledge the esteemed presence of our professors, Monikin Kinibasu চলে গেছেন, our Madam HOD, Dipayanda, RG, and Madam. So I offer my heartfelt respect to the distinguished guest and esteemed audience, my students including, before me. I'm very excited to share a presentation that connects literature with the lived experience, bringing Shakespeare's dialogues with contemporary figures whose life reflect similar pattern of racial othering and systematic rejections. Its title is From Mode to Modernity, Blackness, Othering, and 21st Century's Relief of Othello. Yeah, change color. Yeah, actually what I have written in my paper, I have just given a synopsis of this, what this paper argues. Actually, rather than analyzing Othello in isolations, I will just place in conversations with the real contemporary figure. Those who are not very literary characters, but they are very real people whose life echoes the Othello's experience of being celebrated, scrutinized, and ultimately rejected for their because of their race. Yeah, the most of the scholarship do not focus this contemporary situation. I have when I was in during my literature review, I have taken a gap that is they basically focus as a character his blackness and internal struggle or the othering status within a wide Venetian world. Let's move to the next slide. Yeah, change. Yeah. So methodology I have just used is this qualitative and interdisciplinary. I primarily have just taken Othello as a text and, do overview contemporary racial theory, critical race studies, and concept of BLM. As I just see, there is, a picture which is, Colin Copernic took a stand against the police brutality. In 2016, Colin Copernic took a stand against the police brutality by refusing to stand, for the national anthem, even though he was a very top athlete. He was criticized and is excluded for speaking out. Both Othello and Copernic show how people are excluded when they are seen as different. And similarly, Othello, who is a very successful general, but he is not fully accepted because of his race. In Act 1, Scene 1, no, please. Ekটু back করো. In Act 1, Scene on, Iago uses a word that an old black ram is tapping your white A to describe Othello. This shows that society reduces him, just to his color, ignoring his achievement. So there is, we can just find the conditional acceptance both in this case and Othello. In Scene 3, Act 3 and Scene 3, Othello says that for she had eyes and choose me. He just believes the love is based on who he is as a person. But in reality, society does not accept fully. His race always comes first, and Copernic also faces the same things. He lead his team on top, Super Bowl, NBL, American Football League. So, not a soccer league, this is a football league, proving his talent. But once he spoke against the, injustice, his career ended. His acceptance was conditional, as he was welcomed only if he stayed or kept silence. Next. And another picture is, Trayvon Martin. This is also Trayvon Martin, a 17 years old Afro-American boy, was walking through a neighborhood in Florida on February 26, 2012. Wearing hoodie, though unarmed and innocent, he was followed and shot by the George Zimmerman simply for looking suspicious. And if we just look at Othello, we find that in Othello, Iago calls the same lines using racial language to make him, seem dangerous. And Othello is just for his skin color before he speaks, as seen as outside. Trayvon's death sparks protests led to the Black Lives Matter movement, and demanding justice and end to the racial profiling. Both Othello and Trayvon were not judged by actions but by appearance. The story shows how racial suspicion leads to the tragedy and how it must be challenged. Next. Oh, here is a George Floyd's very, we often see in use online. This is a very common picture. Here is George Floyd, a black man in US, was killed on May 25th, 2020 on, street and Chicago Avenue in Minneapolis. He had recently, moved from their hostel to start a new life and live peacefully with his family, but in vain. A police officer knelt on his neck for over 9 minutes. Floyd last word, I cannot breathe. We see in I cannot breathe were not about the year, they are a plea for dignity, safety, and peace also. His death sparkled the global protest, helped to grow the Black Lives Matter movement also. Othello is respected soldier, on the other hand, but the people still see him as an outsider. Iago says, a constant line, turning Othello's love into something unnatural. Even with his success, Othello is never fully accepted. Both Othello and George Floyd show how society often refuses to black men live peacefully just because of their race and skin color. Both Othello and Floyd are broken, by racism, Othello emotionally. On the other hand, Floyd physically. One is suffocated by, hate coming from the society, and another is by a knee. So both racial prejudice destroys lives. Both men only wanted peace, but the society refused to let them have it. Next slides. This is my last slides. I have just taken many of examples from this contemporary time. To make it shorter, that I have put 4 instances here. So in Othello, in 2021, I interview by Opera, where Meghan Markle, the Brazilian one, the Duchess of Sussex revealed that there were concern about how dark Sean's skin might be when he. This was the questions from this interview, and Meghan Markle had faced these. She is an American actor and philanthropist, married Prince Harry of the British royal family in 2018. Despite her status, she faced racism, questioning her place in both British society and royal family. Royal family. Both Othello, if you just see, Meghan Markle are powerful figures, but they are never, fully, simultaneously accepted by the dominant white culture. The story shows constant leveling and exclusions based on their race, on the internalized racism. When a person starts to question their worth because of how society sees him, doesn't they definitely feel and start internalizing the racism, a person is morally going to be demolished. Thus, in my full paper, we'll see how Othello is not just a tragedy of our past, but a mirror reflecting of the continuing realities of racial bias and systematic operations and psychological thought of being the other in dominant culture. And the next, that is my reference I have just taken. I will just add extra. Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Now we conclude to our next presenter, Priyanka Das.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Priyanka Das, and I'm from English Department, Sister Nivedita University. The title of my paper is Yes, so the title of my paper is The Id of Macbeth, analyzing Lady Macbeth's character in Shakespeare's Macbeth. So, previous studies have analyzed Lady Macbeth's character through mythological archetype criticism, feminism, new historian narratology, and Freudian psychoanalysis, and many more. However, through Freudian psychoanalysis, limited attention has been paid to Lady Macbeth's characterization, specifically as an embodiment of Lady Macbeth's id, the impulsive and dark side of the psyche, and the influence in the tragic downfall. So, I will be doing a Freudian exploration of Lady Macbeth's character, aiming to complement and extend the insights from personality theory by delving into the subconscious realms that influence her actions and choices. The psychoanalytic study will further dissect the underlying motivations and desires that drives our behavior and unravel the layers of complexity within the psyche. As Lady Macbeth, don't change this. As Lady Macbeth is directly associated with Macbeth himself, she can be recognized as an extended character, extension of Macbeth's character. Also, Lady Macbeth referred to by her own title. Rather, her Macbeth's wife had the title of Lady Macbeth. That means that she did not possess an independent title. So let's delve into the character of Lady Macbeth through the lens of Sigmund Freud's personality theory. Moreover, I will be focusing on certain scenes of the play that reflects her character as the living embodiment of the id. The psychoanalytic theory developed by Sigmund Freud comprises of the previous slide. Comprises of three components. That is, oh, uh, the id, ego.
It would take much time now.
Oh, so as you can see, the three components are the id, ego, and the superego. The id is the subconscious impulsive part, and it operates according to the pleasure principle. However, the ego is the rational part of the psyche. It operates according to the reality principle, trying to satisfy the id's desires in socially acceptable and realistic ways. In contrast, the superego is the moral compass, internalized from parents and society. It represents the ideals, values, and concepts. Basically, as you can see, it's morality. These three components are in constant psychological conflict. A healthy psyche maintains a balance, but if one dominates, like the id in the case of Lady Macbeth, destructive consequences can follow. The most primitive part of the human mind, the id, is the source of our bodily needs, wants, desires, and impulses. Freud believed that the id acts according to the pleasure principle, that is, the psychic force motivates the tendency to seek immediate gratification of the impulse. The id, according to Freud, is the most selfish part of our mind. It is only concerned with the immediate satisfaction of whatever want or need the body is experiencing at the moment. Freud also posits that no judgments of that it no judgments of values, no good and evil, no morality, only the fulfillment of immediate desires. It is constantly hidden in the depths of the human psyche, secretly active until conditions are met, awakening it, breaking through the preconsciousness and entering the consciousness. Next slide. Similarly, we can see the awakening of Lady Macbeth's id in Act 1, Scene 5 of the play, where Macbeth's letter acts as a trigger, awakening the Lady Macbeth's id. In this stage, Lady Macbeth's id rapidly expands and takes over a superego. We can see that the id gives rise to the dark, wicked, and murderous thoughts of committing regicide through the hands of Macbeth. Her desire for power dictates over her to suppress his moral side, that is his superego, and pushes him towards action. The superego often is actually to control its impulses, especially those which society forbids such as aggression. Next. This awakening not only transforms Lady Macbeth's inner psyche, but also influences how she perceives and manipulates her husband. As seen is the assessment of Lady Macbeth's nature. Initially, Macbeth is not naturally inclined to commit such an evil deed. However, Lady Macbeth, as the id of Macbeth, provokes and challenges Macbeth's ego, using words like coward, intolerable for a man, and a soldier would scorn such language. Lady Macbeth lacks any internal conflicts or doubts like Macbeth. She is filled with terrifying self-confidence and self-assurance. Moreover, she does not consider the dangers or consequences of murder. In contrast, she fears Macbeth's nature, not because it is cruel, but on the contrary, because it is full of kindness, tender feelings, and compassion. Next slide. This shift in response is further intensified in Act 2, Scene 2 of the play, where Lady Macbeth posits a little water clear out us of this deed. How easy is it then? After the murder of Duncan, Macbeth is horrified by what he has done, but Lady Macbeth, she shows no signs of remorse. In Lady Macbeth, the guilt is repressed, whereas in Macbeth's case, the guilt is consciously suppressed by Lady Macbeth. Here, suppression refers to a conscious and deliberate effort to avoid or forget uncomfortable thoughts, feelings, or memories, while depression is an unconscious psychological defense mechanism that blocks our unpleasant thoughts, feelings, and impulses from conscious awareness. Next slide. Uh, in Act 3, Scene 2, we can see that Macbeth begins acting on his own violent impulses, but here he no longer consults his wife for the actions, and he plans Banquo's murder. Lady Macbeth slowly starts losing control, and he tells her to be the innocent of the knowledge. Here, Macbeth internalizes which was once an embodiment as Lady Macbeth. Her role fades as an instigator and she becomes more of a spectator of Macbeth's atrocities. She becomes less involved, influence lingers, a proof that she was that internal drive. Next slide. There is a famous saying that by Sigmund Freud that unexpressed emotions never die. They will come forward later in more uglier ways. And this saying is evident in Act 5, Scene 1 of the play, where Lady Macbeth's unexpressed guilt surfaces and the ill completely collapses. Lady Macbeth's descent into madness highlights her complete breakdown of the id under the weight of repressed guilt. Her mental breakdown is the cost of suppressing morality. As Macbeth absorbs the aid, she loses control and deteriorates. The pleasure derived from satisfying the aid diminishes, while the influence of the super ego gradually strengthens. This increases her mental burden. One end being the heinous crimes committed to fulfill subconscious desires, another end covering up those crimes to maintain Macbeth's rule, and yet another end facing a renewed moral condemnation within her consciousness. Their tragic downfall shows the danger of letting the aid dominate the site. Next slide. So, in the end, we can say that both Macbeth and Lady Macbeth are destroyed, not just by ambition, but because of the dangerous power of the aid. Freud warned us that when the id dominates the psyche, morality collapses and chaos follows. She begins as the embodiment of the inner darkness, but her fate shows us that what happens when we bury guilt and silence our conscience. The mind can only take too much before it breaks. Ultimately, Shakespeare does not present the wife of Macbeth as purely evil. Rather, she is a tragic figure caught in a psychological struggle she cannot win. Her desire for power awakens the darkest parts of Macbeth, but it also consumes her, revealing how unchecked unconscious desires can fracture even the strongest mind. Through Lady Macbeth's downfall, Shakespeare warns us that when the id silence the violence of conscience, the self unravels. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, I invite our last presenter for this panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Payal Datta. I'm a postgraduate student of English literature from Calcutta. And this is going to be my second presentation at SNU University. The first presentation was of mine on detective fiction, which I have done during my honors years. And today I'm going to present my paper on, next slide, please. My paper on the transcultural bird and performances, reinterpreting Shakespearean adaptations and cultural confluences in digital and stage media. So in this paper, I am going to focus on few aspects like the performative legacies of Shakespeare's works through distinct adaptative works. Like Shakespeare's enduring legacy as a playwright stems from his works' remarkable adaptability across diverse cultural and linguistic and performative contexts. His plays, characterized by universal themes, intricate character dynamics, serve as fertile ground for intercultural reinterpretations that resonate with contemporary global audiences. So I would try to explain the two distinct adaptations. The first one is Akira Kurosawa's Throne of Blood, which is a cinematic reimagining of Shakespeare's Macbeth within the Japanese noir theatrical tradition. And the another one is Othoi, a Bengali stage adaptation of Othello that foregrounds racial and social stratification in modern South Asia. Hence, these adaptations, two adaptations spanning intertextual, interracial, as well as intercultural dimensions, illustrating how Shakespeare's texts are reimagined through stage and digital media, fostering a dynamic interplay of cultural perspectives and contributing to a globalized theatrical legacy. So my first focus would be on Othoi as a racial consciousness and South Asian socio-cultural discourses. The contemporary Bengali adaptation of Othoi reinterprets Othello within the socio-political and cultural landscape of modern South Asia, which I have just mentioned, which foregrounds the issues of racial and caste-based marginalization. So the play is directed by Arno Mukhopadhyay. This production reimagines Othello as Dr. Othoi Lodha, who is a Dalit doctor in the fictional town of Vinshura, whose professional success and interracial marriage provoke societal backlashes. Hence, Othoi engages with the colonial legacies and social stratifications that continue to shape South Asian identities, offering a poignant commentary on the othering of marginalized communities. So the adaptation's cross-cultural resonance lies in its intertextual dialogue with Othello's exploration of racial prejudice and identity. In Shakespeare's play, we have seen Othello's status as a Moor in Venetian society underscores his alienation. Similarly, in Thoi, his Dalit identity positions him as an outsider within a hierarchical social order. So the production employs Bengali theatrical conventions such as heightened dialogue and folk-inspired music to amplify these tensions, while digital media, on the other end, through promotional trailers and social media campaigns, extends its reach to global audiences. For instance, in Othoi, we have the character of Gogo, who provides the Iago analog. He manipulates communal prejudices, reflecting both the Venetian hypocrisy of Shakespeare's text and the caste-based discrimination prevalent in contemporary India. So this narrative highlights the universal relevance of Shakespeare's themes as Othoi adapts the source text to address the local socio-cultural realities. Hence, I would conclude with a tinge of intercultural elements that Othoi has represented to us by blending the Western and South Asian performative traditions. Through all of these strategies, Othoi successfully exemplifies how Shakespeare's works can be reimagined to address contemporary issues and reinforcing their enduring relevance. So my next observation of the interweaving of Greco-Roman and Japanese noir theatrical traditions in Akira Kurosawa's film Throne of Blood, where I would find that Purusha's Throne of Blood exemplifies the transcultural potential of Shakespeare's Macbeth by transposing its narrative into the Japanese noir theatrical tradition, while also retaining echoes of Greco-Roman dramatic structures. Because Purusha reimagines the Scottish tragedy within a feudal Japanese setting, employing Noah's stylish gestures, minimalist aesthetics, and symbolic repertoires to evoke a haunting intercultural dialogue. For instance, the film's opening sequence replaces the three witches of Macbeth, as you can see in the presentation, that with a singular forest spirit, an elderly woman spinning a wheel, a potent symbol of fate rooted in Noah conventions. So this heralds the Greek concept or the fates who control human destiny, thereby bridging Japanese and Greco-Roman cosmologies. The spirit's cryptic prophecy delivered through the rhythmic chants and deliberate movements mirrors the oracular pronouncements of Greek tragedy, while its visual presentation aligns with Noah's emphasis on spiritual transcendence over naturalistic representation. Purusha's adaptations, furthermore, integrates the cross-cultural elements through its structural and thematic fidelity to Macbeth. The film's protagonist navigates a trajectory of ambition and the tragic downfall that resonates with the hubris-driven narratives of Greek tragedy. Yet his portrayal is steeped in the stoic restraint characteristic of Noah protagonists. So the interplay of these traditions is evident in the film's climactic scene, where the protagonist's demise, pierced by arrows in a fog-laden portrays combines the visceral intensity of Shakespearean tragedy with Noah's symbolic abstraction, evoking a universal meditation on faith and human agency. So by synthesizing these diverse performative traditions, Throne of Blood underscores Shakespeare's adaptability, creating a transcultural artifact that speaks to both Eastern and Western audiences. So in conclusion, I would like to highlight that both Otway and Throne of Blood exemplify the transcultural adaptability of Shakespeare's work, demonstrating how his plays serve as a canvas for diverse cultural expressions. By reimagining Othello and Macbeth through regional and global lenses, these two adaptations highlight the interplay of identity, power, and fate across stage and digital platforms. Collectively, they affirm Shakespeare's enduring relevance, fostering a rich tapestry of performative practices that continue to shape global theatrical traditions. With this few remarks, I would like to sum up my presentation over here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we like to start our questioning session. Any question?
The sessions are open to questions to the audience. Anyone wanting to ask questions to our paper presenters? Yes, please.
Mic.
Okay, so basically he talked about how the black movement and the otherness basically was the end kind of a line for you. So basically I just want your views on you talked about one Super Bowl player. I'm forgetting his name, sorry about that. Yes, and then there was obviously Megan. So obviously speaking of these celebrities, they are celebrities, well-known figures, obviously helps to bring the narrative to the forefront and highlights it to an extent. But do you think it also complicates the issue to a certain extent? Because then, there's a lot of politics that comes into it. So what is your say on that? And I just want, you have a mic or you want mine?
Hello. Yeah, actually, what you have just said, it's very well-framed questions and very relevant today. It's politics. Definitely, the Life Matters movement, that is the victim of the politics. The political scenario in all over the world that they are actually the nominating all this from the white community, so-called white community. So they are just, we can just get a glimpse of the idea the being they are very celebrity, they are being, faced this kind of problem. So we can just imagine those who are belonging to a very down to earth area and a very remote area where there is no media or they are not such, so-called famous, has no famosity. So their resilience, their agony kept in silence. So actually, this is a political scenario, and that should be stopped here. So this is my art. Just 44 years ago, 400 years ago, what Shakespeare had written, had just given in Othello, that is still relevant today. We cannot overcome that, problem, that burning issue. So actually, that's very relevant questions you have asked. Yeah, this is my view that that should be stopped, and the politicals that is going on in the world, across the world, that is definitely somewhere a political activities or the political keys lies.
Thank you, Shoaib.
Thank you, Rijadi.
Any more questions? Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Then I'll Priyanka, please, something a simple one. Towards the end of your paper, you made a little claim that Lady Macbeth was not evil, but more like a tragic character. Just elaborate on that a little bit, because with a theoretical framework, like, I just want a little clarification on that aspect.
Um, Ma'am, I think at the end of the day, I think Lady Macbeth, because it was the witches prophecies who brought out the id in her. Maybe, and maybe at the end of the day, she loved Macbeth and she wanted she wanted him at a superior level. She did not do that just because for her, as she want to become queen or something. But she has always mentioned that she wants him to become the king. So we can also say, like, maybe it's she's uh like she's thinking about more about Macbeth than herself. So I think she's not that a tragic character. I mean, l- that.
Okay, so basically, love is blind, according to you, and everything gets justified in that. Okay.
Lady Macbeth, I remember probably told by my teacher when he was teaching me Macbeth that Lady Macbeth was filled with evil but not full of it.
Oh, wonderful. Very well summed, I think. Yeah. Thank you, Priyanka.
Thank you, ma'am.
Since here in this my interaction with Priyanka, I'll ask my question to Priyanka first. I had a question for her that very well organized paper. First of all. You kind of mentioned that uh, interpreting this character of Lady Macbeth through Freudian lens. There's two kinds of case that you spoke of. One was the projection that was there in to Lady Macbeth that Macbeth does first. And in the later part of the play, he internalizes the. So, can you refer to any significant part of Freud's work where this projection and internalization of it Freud talks about? My another question was for Dia. Again, very well put paper on the hybrid adaptation of Shakespeare's plays and how it becomes a criminal and represents a criminal underbelly of the city. So you talked about a term called hybrid adaptation. I just want you to elaborate on that a bit because what like I thought that any adaptation is already taking the story out of its original context into some other context which can be from any other culture. So how exactly is hybrid adaptation different from this adaptation?
Hello.
I feel that here in the digital spaces, now the translations that are being happening, they are of the thematic translations. They take Bengali folklore, Bengali traditions, but the universal themes of Shakespeare, they remain the same. That's why it's hybrid. The original themes in a new context.
That is adaptation.
Yeah, but not all. There are other adaptations where the line by line adaptations are being made. Like there are dialogues and recreation of scenes. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sure. Sure, sir.
Make it a bit interactive. Towards the end of your paper, you were arguing about adaptability of Shakespeare's original play or stories. How much of this element of adaptability is depending on Shakespeare and how much is this depending on the people who are adapting it? Let's say director. I'm done. Like she needs to make.
Sir, I think this is based on the conventions. Like if we go through the narratological theory, so in narratological theory, what we see that the story or the narrative is projected or conveyed based on the conventions or the traditions that we have in region, in different region. So here we have the multiculturalism, like in which we have separate kinds of thought process, that in which we have conveyed the story, or in which language we have directed or the projected the entire thought process, and then the adaptability comes. So I think, sir, it differs from region to region, and the thought process that we have come across in narratological theory and all.
Shakespeare, he always gets that. But the people who adopt Shakespeare, maybe other writers who are maybe adapting the Shakespearean plays as novels, short stories, street plays, and other ways of adaptation. Who would you? I'm asking about your view. It's not a question. Like, aren't they like missing out on some of the phrases because of the presence of Shakespeare? That in place of Shakespeare, maybe Marlowe was equally canonized. Then Marlowe plays would be equally adaptable in Edison.
Yeah, definitely, sir.
So, how did Shakespeare get on? It's very, notorious to say it on his birthday.
Yeah, but sir, we see, if you go to someone and say Shakespeare, the person must have an idea of Shakespeare. But if I say someone who is not a student of literature, no knowledge about literature, so he's not going to recognize Marlowe. Who's that guy? So I think that Shakespeare has created a benchmark that sets. I mean, it remain forever among the people and generations. So I think this is why the demand of Shakespearean adaptation is really high in this is. This is my observation, I guess.
Thank you. And well,
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions, sir? Then, mm, then, then we're conclude.
That man is unput down. No, it's maybe it was not earlier, but ultimately it ends in a celebration of the man. Yeah, of course, that's why it's.
Uh, Then with that, we are concluding the panel. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Mr. Dipan Dotto for chairing this session and for your valuable guidance. I also thank all our presenters for their insightful and well-researched papers and the audience for their attentive participants. Thank you all again once. We now formally conclude this session. Our next sessions will start from 3 p.m. Now. Nato. After an hour, our next sessions will start.
আস্তে বলে এটা টিডিওর পিটিয়ে দেবে কিন্তু বলে দিলাম মাউস মাউসই তো চালাচ্ছিল না Actually,
Rest of the participants, you can go and have your lunch. You have it. Yeah, yeah. Who's coming? So, because you have to have your lunch as well.
Won't get the essence of my business, especially when I see the chair. I'm already there.
Because he's coming to the nurses.
Oh, okay, okay.
You have your presentation here itself, and then wait, you can have your lunch and then start. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, we have another technical session from 3 o'clock. So all those participants, please raise your hands who have the sessions, who are presenting a paper. Rohit sir, you. And sir, just two of them. There are more. Devdata and Dipan sir is here, and isn't he? He'll have lunch. Show me. Totally क्या আছে? First টা কে ছিল? हाँ. And fourth? Fourth? हाँ. And then? Three. Okay. So they are just three. They are just three here.
Okay.
है ना?
ফলোরাম এখন আসে না।
Yeah, yeah.
হ্যাঁ স্যার, তুই আপনাকে হিন্দি রেখেছিলাম। ফলোরামের মধ্যে হয়নি, 5 মিনিট ওয়েট করে যাও তাহলে। Now we are about to begin our next technical session, panel 2A. We are deeply honored to have with us Professor Dr. Niladri R. Chatterjee, who will be chairing this session. Dr. Niladri R. Chatterjee is a professor, Department of English, University of Kalyani, West
Yeah,
Bengal.
I think that's enough. So they know. So is professor at Kollan University. That's
Okay,
it.
sir.
Perfect. Yeah, it's done.
Without further ado, I now hand over the session to Dr. Niladri R. Chakraborty.
Even that.
Sir. Mm.
Welcome to this session. We've got three paper presenters. We've got Rohit Roy Chaudhary, Dipan Dotto, and Balaram Balo. So I guess we invite Rohit Roy Chaudhary to make his presentation first. So Rohit, as you very well know, you've got 10 minutes. So at the end of the 8th minute, I'll give you a warning. So. Yes.
Hello. শোনা যাচ্ছে? Is it working? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rohit Roy Chaudhary, and I am a faculty here at Sister Nivedita University. Today, I'm going to talk about a very interesting topic, Shakespeare's urban imagery and its connection with modern crime fiction. As you can see, my paper is titled The City as Character, Shakespearean Cityscapes. Hello, am I audible? Yeah. So my topic, as you can see, is the city as character, Shakespearean cityscapes in contemporary crime fiction. Now, the city in literature has always been more than just a backdrop. It's a presence, an action, a force. In the plays of William Shakespeare, urban settings are deeply embedded with thematic significance, psychological resonance, function. Similarly, modern crime fiction has turned the city into a character, shaping and being shaped by the crimes that occur within the city boundaries. This paper examines how Shakespeare's construction of urban spaces continues to influence the narrative strategies of modern crime fiction, especially in rendering the cities as characters with their own agency and identity. Shakespeare's plays such as Hamlet, Othello, Measure for Measure, Romeo and Juliet, with urban crime novels by authors like Raymond Chandler, James Roy, Ian Rankin, and Tana French. The study highlights how modern crime fiction draws upon Shakespearean urban tropes to craft psychologically rich and morally complex cityscapes. Shakespeare's plays are into the social and psychological implications of space. Cities in his work like London, although implicitly referenced, Venice, Vienna, are arenas of power, performance, and disorder. Like John Howard argue that urban settings in Shakespeare's play represent anxieties about commerce, gender roles, as well as political control. The city is often depicted as a corrupt site where it is teeming with vice, but also it is a site of transformation as well as possibility. Modern crime fiction, on the other hand, locates its narratives within densely populated urban centers. They function as breeding grounds for crime, corruption, as well as existential reflection. Cities such as Los Angeles, Edinburgh, Dublin, all of these become metaphors for human depravity and resilience. Scholars like Gil Plain and Eva Mazieska note how the urban environment not only hosts crime, but also mirrors the psychological fragmentation and the moral ambiguity of the detective figure. Shakespeare's urban landscapes reflect spatial theory concepts of Henry Lebeaufer, where cities shape identities and power dynamics. In Othello, Venice represents civility versus barbarism, while in Measure for Measure, Vienna's corruption mirrors societal decay. Streets, marketplaces, taverns, all of these serve as sites of action, subversion, and control. Characters navigate these spaces, negotiating relationships, power, and morality. Shakespeare's cities are dynamic, influencing character development and social commentary. Urban spaces becomes character in themselves, reflecting the complexities of human experience and societal structures. This nuanced portrayal critiques social norms, thereby revealing the intricate relations between space, power, and identity. In urban crime novels by authors like Raymond Chandler, James Ellroy, crime fiction often explores the intersection of space and power. Cities like Los Angeles, London, and Dublin, they become characters which shape narratives and reflect all of the societal tensions underneath. Dark alleys, crime scenes, bars, all of these serve as backdrops for the kinds of moral ambiguities that we can think of. It's a site of corruption, of injustice, and much more. Authors use this spatial description to evoke the atmosphere that was long back introduced by the bard. They influence character development and move forward the plot of the novel. The cityscape thus becomes a complex web of social, cultural, and economic force, revealing the intricate relation between space, power, and identity. This nuanced portrayal critiques societal norms, exposing the city's underbelly. Venice, in Othello, is like a paradox, cosmopolitan yet insular, cultural yet corrupt. It mirrors noise cities like Chandler's Los Angeles, which are seductive but dangerous. In Chandler's The Big Sleep, the cityscape is wild in fog and shadow, echoing the duplicity and the racial tensions of Shakespeare's Venice. Both the cities are sites of deception and social performance, where the foreigner, Othello, and in case of Chandler, Marlowe, the PI, they navigate courts of power and suspicion. In both of the texts, we find that the urban landscape reinforces alienation. Venice courtyards and canals are echoed in Los Angeles boulevards and back alleys. The foreigner's gaze, whether Othello or Marlowe, reveals the undercurrents of institutional control and moral decay. The city is a labyrinth that entraps as much as it enables. Vienna, in Measure for Measure, represents a city on the brink, morally ambiguous, legally entangled, and socially unstable. The Duke's decision to go undercover mirrors the modern detective's role as both observer and enforcer. Ian Rankin's Edinburgh, in Noughts and Crosses, functions similarly. Inspector Rebu, like Duke Vincentio, investigates not only crimes, but also the hypocrisies of authority and justice. Both Vienna and Edinburgh oscillate between order and chaos. The strictures of law are undermined by personal vice. The city in both the texts becomes a map of anxiety, sexual, legal, and existential. Shakespeare's concern with the disjunction between public virtue and private vice resonates in Rankin's depiction of a city divided by class, history, and violence. Verona, in Romeo and Juliet, though romanticized, is a city haunted by factionalism and bloodshed. Streets are dangerous, its authority figures ineffective. Tana French's Dublin mirrors the space of youthful potential, undermined by unresolved trauma and historical tension. In the novel In the Woods, Detective Rob Ryan's investigation leads him back to a childhood disappearance, echoing the fatal determinism of Romeo and Juliet. Both the cities are marked by generational conflict and institutional failure. The city is complicit in tragedy, its silence and complacency enabling violence. The way the past haunts the present in both the texts underscores the city's role as a repository of memory and guilt. Although Hamlet is set in Elsinore, not a city per se, but its claustrophobic court is an urban microcosm of surveillance, corruption, and existential dread. The dynamics of Elsinore, a place of corridors, hidden chambers, and theatrical spaces, prefigure the interiorized paranoid cityscapes of psychological crime fiction. James Ellroy's LA Confidential similarly features a city rife with conspiracy, media manipulation, and inner decay. The protagonist's descent into violence and guilt mirrors Hamlet's own struggle with action and truth. The city thus becomes a mindscape, a projection of unresolved trauma and moral ambiguity. To sum up, we can say that the legacy of Shakespeare's urban landscapes is profoundly felt in modern crime fiction. Both of them use the city not as a passive background, but as active agent, a character which embodies tension, history, and narrative drive. By examining this intertextual relationship, we gain a richer understanding of how relations evolve and how space continues to be a central and most essential part of storytelling. In the crime-ridden alleys of Chandler's Los Angeles, the brooding streets of Rankin's Edinburgh, or the haunted woods of Tana French's Dublin, we hear echoes of Shakespeare's Venice, Vienna, and Verona. The cities are not just places, they are characters whose influence shapes the fates of those who dwell within them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rohit Rao Chaudhary, and special thanks for sticking to the time limit. We move on. I think we will take all the questions after the presentation, so you can just keep your questions with you. We now move on to the second. Sorry. Oh, acha. Yeah. So we move on to the second paper presenter, Dipayan Dotto, who is from TKH Jain College. So over to Dipayan. So I'm just going. Would you want to go to the podium, or I'll just? You sit here. Okay. Okay.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. So, good afternoon to everyone. My sincere regards to the Honorable Chair, NRC Sir, and everyone present here. As you can see, my topic for today's presentation attempts eco-critical analysis to Shakespeare's select tragedies. Now, before I begin, I wanted to add two disclaimers regarding my paper. First of all, eco-criticism as a literary framework is very contemporary and interdisciplinary field that was developed in the late 19th and the early 20th century. Secondly, this term that I used, ecological anxiety, that term was coined by an Australian environmentalist, Glenn Albert, in 2007. So the texts that I am interpreting with this critical framework were written at least 400 to 450 years before this literary framework developed. So I go back in retrospect to try and understand whether these frameworks are applicable to Shakespeare's plays. So this one, please next slide. Eco-criticism, simply put, is the study of relationship between literature and the physical environment, as put by Glotfelty in her work, The Eco-Criticism Reader in 1996. And what it does, it asks us to read the natural world not as a passive backdrop, but as an active and dynamic presence in the literary texts. Next slide, please. So this paper that I am presenting attempts such an eco-critical approach to investigate some patterns like repeated use of thunder and lightning, storms, cosmic and seismic disturbances, omens, and unnatural weather patterns in three of Shakespeare's tragedies. Next slide. The texts that I have chosen are Julius Caesar, which was first performed in 1599, Macbeth, first performed in 1606, and King Lear also in the same year. My argument is that these instances of the ecological disruptions that are presented in these plays are not only employed just for their dramatic effects, but rather serves as backgrounds to human act, but operate as active participants in the play, in the narrative of the play, by reflecting the chaos that is caused by human transgression in all these tragedies. Next slide, please. The first play that I take is Julius Caesar, and employing this eco-critical framework in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, with its central theme being political turmoil, violent assassination of the Roman leader. This offers itself to the study this environmental connection. This is demonstrated as early as in Act 1, Scene 3, which unfolds on this dark and stormy night in Rome, a setting that immediately establishes a tense and ominous atmosphere. This scene occurs before the conspiracy against Caesar gains its momentum, and it records the vivid descriptions of the recounted by one of the conspirators, Casca. These occurrences, unnatural environmental occurrences, serve as portents and hints at the impending chaos and the disruption of the natural order that would be caused by the assassination of the political leader. Casca says, as you can see from these lines, that he has seen tempests, he has seen the ambitious ocean, swell and rage and foam, and exalted with threatening clouds, but never till that night has he seen a tempest dropping fire. This is one of the most striking images that Casca describes. It's a storm unlike anything that he has ever seen, a tempest dropping fire. The sheer unnaturalness of the fire falling from the sky is deeply unsettling and suggests a severe imbalance in the cosmos that is happening. Casca himself interprets this phenomena later in some lines as a civil strife in heaven, indicating that an anxiety, the very heavens are going through the turmoil owing to that. This establishes a sense of profound ecological disruption. Moving on to Calpurnia's nightmares and the disturbed natural world that she presents, she tries her best to deter Caesar from going out that night on the Ides of March. And she says about her dream where fierce warriors fought upon the clouds, with the clouds drizzled blood upon the capital. This is also symbolic distortion of the ecological balance. Especially the imagery of blood raining from the sky suggests a rupture of harmony between the human and the non-human world. This transformation of rain into blood is a striking disruption of the traditional imagery of the rain that typically symbolize renewal, fertility, and life, and here become an omen of death and destruction in Calpurnia's vision. Next. The next play that I'm taking up is Macbeth. Of course, from the very beginning of Macbeth, similar disruption and a departure from normalcy and equilibrium in scene, where the witches prophesies that fair is fair in this very unsettling world. This is also reflecting definitely on the historical context of Jacobean England. What is also interesting to note, referring to these unnatural incidents, that the early modern period, especially roughly from the 14th and the 19th century, had first witnessed climate change in a kind of, if not global, as an European phenomena, because of something called the Little Ice Age, which resulted in England especially, extreme weather, harsh winters, failed harvests, and unpredictable. And these were often interpreted by the human world as a reflection of the divine will or a cosmic disorder. These were early instances of what we contemporarily understand as ecological anxiety. Coming to Lennox's, lines, the night of King Duncan's murder, which is depicted again through such unnatural imageries, Lennox reports that the night has been unruly, and where we lay, our chimneys were blown down and strange screams of death were heard. And some say the earth was feverous and did shake. This natural calamity symbolized the profound disruption once again that is caused by Duncan's murder, and indicates that Macbeth's moral transgression does have cosmic repercussions immediately. The feverish earthquake suggests that the very foundation of the world is reacting with sickness to the evil that has just been perpetrated. There's another concept, a very anthropocentric concept relevant in Shakespeare's times, called the great chain of being. It's an early modern belief in a divinely ordained hierarchical order. And that's regicide, uh, the, the regicide that Macbeths commit is a transgression of that hierarchy, which inevitably causes ripple effects through the entire ecology. Of course, another incident is the Burnham Wood. The prophecy comes literal when Macduff's army comes with the trees in the war as a strategy. While it is definitely a war strategy, it can also be interpreted as nature itself rising against the unnatural reign of Macbeth. Next. The third and last text that I have, and of course I'm running short of time, is Lear. And of course, the storm in King Lear has had its symbolic significance throughout interpretation that has been offered. Now, I wanted to refer to two papers here and to make it very short. One is by Eleonora Montusci. The paper name of the paper is Order of Man, Order of Nature, Francis Bacon's idea of dominion over nature, where he argues that in modern scientific thought, nature was posited in that way that something that needs to be dominated and mastered. Now, I also was hearing Krishna ma'am speak where she was referring to the Vitruvian figure. And I was definitely remembering Lear there, his raging, he's, almost against the raging storm. And he's almost ordering it and directly confronting it and saying, blow winds, crack your cheeks, rage and blow. The fool gives him a reality check and he says, here's a knight that pities neither wise nor fools. And the fool offer him a kind of reality check about the indiscriminate power of natural elements, which is indifferent to the status or intellect. I'll go directly to the conclusion here. Next slide, last slide, yeah. So, as in conclusion, to sum up, Shakespeare constructs this dramatic world when nature is deeply entangled with human affairs and responds with storm, fire, and unnatural settings. Now, this is rather a foreshadowing of what we today call the ecological anxiety. I'm referring to the sophisticated understanding of Shakespeare that was possible for him to have this foresight. And these tragedies anticipate the modern about the ecological collapse. I would like to end this with a thought that aren't we in our flawed idea of progress, capitalist-driven idea of progress, committing crime against nature and also upsetting the natural order in the process? And are we really prepared to face the consequence? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dotto, for your presentation. We move on swiftly to our last paper presenter of this session, Balaram Balo, who is a research scholar at University of Kolkata. Will you be speaking from there? Yes. Yeah, okay.
Hello. Respected chairperson and our friends. So thank you for giving me this chance. And okay, so there is a warning. The topic that I am going to talk on is immoral topic. So be cautious. And for this, I would like to thank my supervisor and the chairperson. He is the person who inspired me to work on this. So a responsibility is not mine, his. Okay, thank you. Okay, so before I start my presentation, I would like to show you two front page of two books. You see? So there is a line, just I would like to read, with spiritual and physical advice to those who have already injured themselves by these abominable practices. I think we have all somehow injured ourselves. So, okay. And the next book is Diseases Caused by Masturbation. Right? So the topic of my presentation is for having tried thyself alone, masturbation, non-reproduction, and Shakespeare's poetics of self-containment in sonnets 1, 3, 4, and 9. So before I enter into discussion, we must have a brief historical map and context of masturbation. The word masturbation came into discussion in and around 1712, but that it was known differently, like self-pollution, as you can see here, self-pollution, right? Self-pollution, sexual superstar, abominable practice, solitary sex, and so on. So the term onanism comes into discussion, and the term onanism originates from the biblical figure Onan, whose story appears in Genesis chapter 38, verse number 8 and 9, 8 to 10. Onan commanded to impregnate his deceased brother's widow, spills his seed on the ground to avoid producing offsprings. His act is condemned by God, and this passage has historically been interpreted, especially in Judeo-Christian context, as a prohibition not only of coitus interrupts, which means withdrawal method of contraception, but also of masturbation. The term onanism substantially became synonymous with masturbation, particularly in 17th and 18th century moral discourse. Oh my God, what is happening? No, so there is another point. Okay. So masturbation as a concept has long occupied a vexed position in Western intellectual history. In ancient and medieval philosophy, it was framed within broad discourses of self-governance, spiritual discipline, and natural law. And masturbation in the ancient world was approached with ambivalence, viewed alternatively as a natural human act and a potential deviation from social and cosmic order. So while the act itself was not always morally condemned, or habitual masturbation was often associated with a lack of self-control, a key vice in Stoic and Platonic ethics. However, philosophical texts, especially in Stoicism, emphasize the need to govern bodily desires in favor of rational and communal responsibilities. For Stoics like Epictetus, indulgence in solitary pleasure suggested a failure of reason and turning to a word that undermined one's duty to society and self-discipline. Basically, I'm giving a historical map from where Shakespeare would form his arguments about masturbation. So in ancient medical theory, particularly Hippocratic and Galenic models, which dominated medieval and Renaissance understandings of body, semen was believed to be a refined bodily fluid essential to vitality and health. Unregulated emission, such as through masturbation, could result in weakness, disease, or melancholy, echoing the humoral belief that bodily fluids must be preserved and carefully discharged. So this is from Solitary Sex, a book by Lakeware. So thus, masturbation was not mere act, but on with potential public and physical consequences. Masturbation as a form of emission unlinked to reproduction was thus inherently seen as wasteful and harmful. And interestingly, Roman authors like Ovid remained relatively neutral or even casual about self-pleasure in poetic context, reflecting a less moralizing but still gendered view of sexuality. Yet, by the time of early Christianity, influenced by thinkers like St. Augustine, masturbation became closely tied to sin, lust, and guilt, lying the foundation for medieval and early modern condemnations. Augustine viewed sexual desire, especially that not oriented towards reproduction, as a sin of the fall and human depravity. So there are other histories I'm skipping a bit. So in Renaissance literature, these anxieties about masturbation are faced in various guises. Narcissistic characters, barren landscapes, and wasteful hues. And Montaigne, in his essays, viewed sexual self-indulgence as symptomatic of vanity, of man's egoistic entrapment in the self. Similarly, literary figures who reject marriage and childbearing are often quoted with moral suspicion or existential futility. I hope my supervisor understands it better. In early modern literature, including Shakespeare's sonnets, echoes of Galenic reasoning can be found metaphors of waste, quote unquote, waste, unthriftiness, quote unquote, and beauty as a treasury, quote unquote, to be invested generatively. This cultural backdrop sets the stage for Shakespeare's sonnet 1, 3, 4, and 9, which certainly encode masturbation as a metaphor for hoarding beauty, resisting legacy, and rejecting the generative principle that anchors human society. So if I talk about sonnet number 1, okay, so if I talk about sonnet number 1, so this starts with, from fairest creatures we desire increase. Our Shakespeare wants his fair friend to reproduce. That thereby beauty's rose never die. Again he writes, but thou, contracted to thine own bright eyes, feedest thy lights flame with self-substantial fuel, making a famine where abundance lies, thyself thy foe, to thy sweet self too cruel. So basically, the Shakespeare never talked about masturbation. But what does Shakespeare intended to say? So Shakespeare basically urging his friend or fair friend to reproduce and, yes, not to do self-harm. And I know you know what is self-harm. Okay. Next, sonnet number 3. So there is a line, thou art thy mother's glass, and she in thee calls back the lovely April of her prime. So here, refusal to reproduce is presented not just as vanity, but as filial ingratitude. So if you are not reproducing, then that means you are not respectful to your parents. And there's another line, die single, and thine age dies with thee. So if you are not reproducing, that means you are killing yourselves and you are killing your future generations. I hope we have killed many. So next, sonnet number 4. Okay. So there is a line, unthrifty loveliness, why dost thou spend upon thyself thy beauty's legacy? So here again also, Shakespeare is actually criticizing his friend. Why are you wasting your energy on yourselves only? There are many, right? And there is another line, thy unused beauty must be tombed with thee. So if you are not reproducing, that means your unused beauty will be tombed with thee. So this is the last sonnet, sonnet number 9. It begins with, "It is for fear to wait a widow's eye that thou consumest thyself in single life." So the speaker imagines the youth's refusal to marry as a cowardly retreat from emotional vulnerability, but more damning is the charge, no love toward others in that bosom seats, that on himself such murderous shame commits. The love is framed as a crime. Also, there is a economic discourse. We can discuss that, because if someone is not reproducing, he is also destroying the reproductive economy. So there are more arguments. So if you are interested, I can share my paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bolaram, for, what shall I say? I was going to say for a seminal paper, but I will not say that. Really a thought-provoking paper, which raises a lot of hard questions. Now the three papers are up for questions. I would invite questions from the audience, and I will refrain from punning any further. So while you are beginning to draft questions in your head, maybe I can exercise my privilege as a chair and make some comments on the papers that we've just heard. I think as far as the first paper is concerned, City as Character, Shakespeare's Urban Landscapes in Modern Crime Fiction, I'm fascinated by the way in which there seems to be a very interesting thing that's happening over here, because you see the literature that is being produced, they're all being produced from the city. And the city at the same time is being, presented as a sort of dark, criminally infested place. And to a certain extent, it plays into, correct me if I'm wrong, but it plays into a certain bind where you have, the city as the dark and the country or the village as the light. Why do you think this kind of, first of all, do you agree that such a binary is being implied? And if so, why do you think this binary is being constructed? I think we probably, hello, yeah.
Well, thank you, sir. Firstly, of course, at that time, I mean, at least this effort was not made consciously, I believe, but this thing or this narrative of the rural being the ideal thing or the morally upright kind of a thing, this narrative was there. Especially in Shakespeare's times, although I don't think Shakespeare consciously did that. He tried to show that if the human depravity is there, it will be equally there in urban as well as rural areas. But for the writers that I mentioned primarily, I feel that they have a kind of a bias towards the urban areas because in America, for example, like Raymond Chandler, I mentioned, according to him, Los Angeles is the hotbed of crime and not the American suburbs. Suburbia is the hotbed of domesticity. You go there, you relax, you have a family life, all the heteronormative things that we expect life to be. And it is the urban areas where the shadows operate. So I guess is there. Well, that is a matter of perception, I feel. The public perception is that শহরে গেলে খারাপ হয়ে যাবে। এই একটা that perception is always there. And crime fiction plays on that rhetoric. In that manner, I feel Agatha Christie's Miss Marple is a very interesting character because her crime happens in the village. All of these writers, they play on the urban tropes and exploit that trope. While some writers like Agatha Christie, I mentioned, there are many others who show the crimes. I guess G.K. Chesterton also had this. Yeah, Chesterton.
I think that that was what was coming to my mind when I was listening to your paper. Going to Dipayon's paper, I was thinking of the term pathetic fallacy in the sense that, there's this peculiar correlation between what you feel and what is reflected in nature. Would pathetic fallacy be a phrase that would be applicable in this context, or would you say that it would not be enough?
Sir, thank you for your question. It definitely will be applicable. Actually, traditional criticism regarding Shakespeare has always seen, the externalization of the internal emotion as pathetic fallacy. I thought that, because such an eco-critical framework has now been developed, if we could go, beyond just a literary device and see into it, if that, has more space for further ideological reading. Yeah.
Turning to the of Bolaram Balo, I think it's interesting that you talk about masturbation as lack of self-control, and masturbation as leading to melancholy. So I'm not quite sure how the second
No,
one.
I didn't say that. These are the words that the
Yeah.
is of
Yeah, so that is what others have said. Masturbation as a um, in a very strange way, what seems to be happening over here is that, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that being seen as some kind of a feminization of man, in the sense that if you look at the way in which the ancient Greeks regarded sexuality, they thought that masculinity lay in self-control. So therefore, hence in Greek statuary, you will find that, when you're looking at Greek statues, men have a very, very small penis. And that very small penis is supposed to be indicative of the fact that, he has minimal sexual desire, which makes him more masculine. So therefore, would you say that masturbation as an act, perhaps, drains out a person's masculinity as such? Does it sort of feminize it? Is that something that they are trying to insinuate? Is what I want?
But they are actually doing that. Why I am saying that?
Okay.
Yeah, this is not working, I think. Oh, so basically, they were framing their arguments on the basis of reproduction, and they were fearing that if someone never reproduces, then that man is not a man enough. Not a man enough because he is wasting his energy. So the idea of masturbation immediately connects the idea that a man who doesn't have self-control, who harms himself, is not a man.
Yes, and of course, women, don't
Yes.
masturbate.
Don't.
So there's no need for discussion on that front. Okay. Any further questions from the audience?
So my question is to Rohit Chaudhary, sir. You spoke about city as character. So basically, we know characters are well-rounded, right? Especially Shakespearean ones, the evil, the wicked ones even. So how do you are treating the city as a fixed entity, or is it also evolving?
It's temperament.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for the question, ma'am. I personally feel that the character will obviously be changing because, if I particularly refer to the crime fiction, right? So the crime fiction that was written during the pulp era, the consummation pulp fiction era of the 1920s when Raymond Chandler was writing, that depiction of Los Angeles is vastly different from the ones that are being written now, right? Now, the Los Angeles now that we find, it's way more inclusive of, let's say, of different races, of different sexualities. And they try to show that even in the various kinds of diversity, crime can exist as well. During the time of Marlowe, as in Raymond Chandler's PI Marlowe, Los Angeles was a place where only crimes could be committed against women by men, kind of thing like that. But, uh, I mean, lesbians can also commit a crime. black people can also, white people can also commit a crime, not only the black people. And people who have, not conventional parenting. All of these things are changing. And Shakespeare, as we all know, he incorporated various kinds of diversity in his works already. The crime writers are now, getting up to that. So they do not have the very restricted mindset of the 1920s or 1930s. Tana French, for example, Tana French is quite inclusive. I talked about her here, the city Dublin, that incorporates a much diverse view than Los Angeles of Raymond Chandler. So of course, yes, the city will keep on evolving. I don't know what the city might look like in 2050 when the United Nations forecast that 70% of the world population will be urban. What new crimes can be committed then? I don't know. But yes, definitely it's evolving, and the presence in literature is also evolving.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I ask one more question from the Brian, sir? So,
Hello.
like Niladri sir mentioned something related to pathetic fallacy. I think, what about Anthropocene and its reflection of, man's justice? How it reflect the Anthropocene things, centric things, they reflect the justice of a man. So what do you have to say about that? Thus, are you connecting the nature? Can we connect it to that to an extent? The fury and all those things that you have spoken about, are they relevant from that if we examine it from that point of view?
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for your question. Yes, it can be connected with the Anthropocene. What I was also thinking after giving away the mic in Sir's question, he has mentioned pathetic fallacy. Then pathetic fallacy is a literary device which says that, environment, it's externalization of human emotions in the environment. But if we, reduce the phenomena to that, aren't we also being anthropocentric? Like as if nature has a role to reflect the internal emotions that is there in a man. Isn't the object criticism is to, move beyond this anthropocentric idea that nature almost has a role to play in man's emotion, and rather connect it in some equal plane that each reflect each other so that it can be seen as a whole. So pathetic fallacy, I think using pathetic fallacy here would be largely reductionist, to be.
Right. Any other questions?
Thank you
if
so
we
much.
have? Right. Okay. So if yeah. Oh, also, if the paper readers have questions for one another, you can definitely.
Is a state almost. I think like we have traditionally read the metaphysical poets as being a, what should I say, a challenge to the established norms of the universe and all. But don't you think this line that warm shall try was long preserved virginity also goes on in the same way, like that, and in that case, the metaphysicals were also not very different from the thought processes that already existed. Let's say, you have given examples.
Yes, 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 yes. So, could you please repeat that line again? One that. Yes, 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 yes. So also, if you talk about that, think about the gender. Gender comes into that discussion, because Shakespeare was writing about his fair friend, and Marble was not. Marble was also I think he was criticizing women for not having sex, for not violating he or her her chastity. So there is I think a difference between how Shakespeare talks about male virginity and how Marvel talks about female virginity. So
Yeah, well, yes, why not? Yeah. Also, I think it is slightly different because you see, Shakespeare is talking about reproducing, Marlowe is talking about having sex.
Sex for
So
sex
therefore,
sake.
I think it is very important to distinguish between the two. So Marlowe does not, he is not, Marvel is not necessarily thinking, let's reproduce. He's basically saying, sex for the sake of sex. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Right. Any other questions that you may have? Right. So with that, we come to the end of this quite an extraordinary session, I think, and frequently X-rated, which is always a good thing. And can we have a warm round of applause for all presenters, please? And with that, we come to the end of this session. Thank you.
So if you could kindly go to the sixth floor. And rest of you, can you please stay assembled in the same room because we'll have the certificate distribution as well as the announcement for the best paper presenter for each session. Yes, sir. So, okay, I'll just take it. So rest of you, please stay assembled here. So we'll starting attendance one. Yeah. Shunendu called? हाँ हाँ अब वही बताया कि सर को Shunendu said you don't need to go. All of them are coming here. So if you want to stay, that's fine. No, I'll stay. Yeah. I'll stay. Sir told that you don't need to come to them. We'll have some tea.
Today, friends, we are making special
MB. Good afternoon. We shall begin the valedictory session shortly. Here's an announcement. Tea is being served outside. We request everyone to have your tea. Once you have had your tea, we will reassemble here in about 5 or 10 minutes. And we will have the closing remarks of the first day and the distribution of certificates. We shall also have the awards for the best papers of day one. Tea is being served outside. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. May I have your kind attention, please? Good evening, everyone. So we are now going to begin the certificate distribution for day one because of the simple reason that many of us have not been able to accommodate 2 leaves one after the other, because many of us are working here, those who are a part of this seminar. Now, I would request Professor Dr. Niladri Chatterjee to kindly take a seat at the table, because sir will be handing over the certificates, and sir will be joined now by Professor Dr. Shubit Dhor, Dean, School of Humanities and Social Sciences, and Director, School of International Languages, SNU. I would also request Professor Dr. Probal Rai Chaudhuri, Director, Center for New India Studies and Professor, Department of English, SNU, to please join Shubhi sir and Ladri sir for the certificate distribution. Thank you. So first, we are going to distribute the certificates for the session chairs. Our friends in academia who have been kind enough to consider a chair